let's take a quick little glance, a little glimmer. We'll sort by types. Let's see. Little trip down memory lane. Wait, hold on. Oh, let me do that. Back. I could do a slideshow. That'd be pretty funny. Where does it have a gallery? Make sure I don't leak any sensitive. I have a lot of them. Okay. Starting with today. I can close these then. Bald tone. Don't trust gallery. You will doctor yourself. Psh. Your thumbnails are unhinged in the best way. That's what I'm saying. This was today's bald tone. Pretty good. We should do a tier list of my my thumbnails. Not right now, obviously, but maybe later. I'll just show you all of them. Bald tone. This is one from last stream or stream after last. Leftovers finale. The debate. Oh, so this was post debate, pre debate. See the difference? The debate is over. Pre debate, when the debate was happening. Sam Cedar debate. Post Sam Cedar debate. Pre Sam Cedar debate. This was when the H3 Reddit was posting about me. This is when H3 talked about me. This one's pretty good. This one was pretty good. This one got layers. What did he call me? Yeah, come on. I cooked. This was post content cop. Pre content cop. Oh, this was the one where I got talking about my hater. Chicken Jockey, where I was talking about Minecraft movie and Mr.
like
Beast.
A capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
No. The G-Advocacy just subscribed. Not a great look that my streak coincides the drama saga. Sorry,
LOL.
I'm
Don't worry.
broken equals.
I already know. I've already clocked all the chatters who are here for drama stuff exclusively. And those chatter get sent to the back of the bus. Yeah, he's talking about the Minecraft movie. Talking about Elon Musk tweeting about Hassan. You see little Hassans in his eyes. That one's pretty good. This was for April. It was also April Fool's, so it was like last month. Aiden Ross getting unbanned. And I have like Grums holding a picture of Aiden Ross. That was pretty good too. I just come here for Minecraft content. W. Best. I was here for the Baldur's Gate stream. True. Today, black bitch at the back of the bus. That's where you go, chat. You know this. We know this. This is when not Grimes on the stream. This was when again Elon Musk was tweeting about Hassan. Grums was also there, I guess. I don't even remember what this day was really about. I like this one too. Oh, Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed tweeted back at Elon Musk, I think. Oh, with the black slop tuber who was slopping on Ethan's, you know, like attacking denims. Sexist slop tuber attacks. You replace Elon at Doge. This is true. I will be. They're putting me on the case. All your social security's gone, chat. You know it. It's gone. Cooked. Denims versus Ethan Klein. This was the CPS stuff. I don't even remember. Asmongold said something. I don't even remember, but Asmongold said something. The guy is so cringe. I agree. The slap who started with his mom, yeah. Which he should have kept with that content. That content was at least a little like adorable. Also, I you know I love the verses. One of my favorite things. I was fighting. It says fighting white liberals. I don't even remember what this one was about. But kind of sick. But it's me and Hassan versus Ethan, and then it's me versus Reddit. With Ethan being here, where I was arguing with Hassan's Reddit actually. Not even Ethan's Reddit. This was Hassan's Reddit. This was a book written in Jewish one, maybe. This is the thumbnail for my my Dean video, which I was vindicated on once again. Sean always right too early. And then it's I forgot that I put myself in here. Hassan's red line is when Hassan started to like go at Ethan pretty hard. This was like in March, I think. This one was pretty good too. He sucks with 3Ks. Ela in the corner, just look at you. This is one of my favorites to use. Asmin kicked from OTK. That's pretty good. You see the nuke thing, because this was during the nuke period, the period of the nuke conversation. This was after Ethan said he was going to Israel. Right, I remember. This was the pirate software one. Pirate software did something. He addressed something. I don't remember. Oh no, this is for my video. I think this is my thumbnail for the video. Yeah, that's the beginning. Wait, there's more than this. That's actually this is a lie. There is more than this actually. Because I have more content nuke ones. I'm pretty sure. Did I delete them by accident, or they saved somewhere else? They're saved somewhere else. Okay, hold on. Let me copy. Wait, and copy. And I'll put all of these in here. Cool. Can I refresh? Or do I have to go back here and do this? Here. We'll go through it one more time. See if there's any new ones in here. Saw these. Oh yeah, here. Nuclear fallout. This was after the content nuke. We covered what was going on. Nuclear spelled incorrectly, so people comment on it, and I get a lot more engagement. Nuke Watch was pre-content nuke, but we were just waiting to see the content nuke come out. And this was back before I started covering any drama. In January. This is he's killing the country. This is a Trump thumbnail, which honestly is pretty good. Not bad. Not a bad thumbie. And then this is the pirate software one from my actual YouTube video. And that's and then my Kamala Harris, the two Kamala Harris thumbnails. This one would calls her a loser, true. And this one's about how did he win? January felt like 5,000 years ago? It does. And yeah, those are all my thumbnails. Ow. And we'll keep making more. Our first stream was the nuke on YouTube. W. Welcome to Twitch, chatter. Welcome to Twitch. Let's continue with the Tectone stuff. Let's start this back over from the beginning.
Do not even say the words Donald Trump ever again, right? Or you're banned.
Hey, I'll be real. I firmly believe that all politics should be banned off of Twitter, or not Twitter, on Twitch. Leave that shit to Twitter. Leave that shit to Kick. We don't need to be doing this shit on a gaming website. We just really don't. You know what I mean? It's just too much, and it's so cringe. But I don't want to guilt any streamer for doing it because it gets you so many fucking views. It does. And it's not really hate the player, it's like hate the game mentality at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be real, guys. If there was a button that said press this button, it kills a random person that you don't know and you would have never met, and you get $10 million. I would press it at least 10 times. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to fucking hate the guy who does that at all. I totally get it. I mean,
I'm back.
Do not even say the words Donald Trump ever again, right? Or you're banned.
Hey, I'll be real. I firmly believe that all politics should be banned off of Twitter, or not Twitter, on Twitch. Leave that shit to Twitter. Leave that shit to Kick. We don't need to be doing this shit on a gaming website. We just really don't.
Wait, what did he say?
You know what I mean? It's just too much, and it's so cringe. But I don't want to guilt any streamer for doing it because it gets you so many fucking views. It does. And it's not really hate the player, it's like hate the game mentality at that point. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be real, guys. If there was a button that said press this button, it kills a random person that you don't know and you would have never met, and you get $10 million. I would press it at least 10 times. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to fucking hate the guy who does that at all. I totally get it. I mean, I think it's completely fucking reasonable. It's just the nature of the beast. But yeah.
I don't know if that's a good analogy. Is that a flex? I mean, I guess. Getting to that on stream is crazy. I mean, not really. It's just like it's a philosophical question about, like, would a person care about, like, their fellow human being? Or would they enrich themselves given the opportunity? It's not like a crazy question. But it doesn't have anything. It has nothing to do with the situation at all. It's like whatever. But to press it 10 times, this crazy press it 10 times. I mean, he's a streamer. Ironically enough, he's doing like thing he's criticizing politics streamers for doing, and that is just he's being inflammatory in order to garner some level of attention so that people get mad at it, so that people talk about him, essentially. It seems like he's conflating drama with politics too. Yeah. The funniest part again, like, is people, it's this chatter like this that says ban politics in general on the internet in general. Like, do they think that, and maybe they do think this, but like, that statement is not devoid of like politics. The statement is foundationally based in the same things that politics is based in. How would you enforce that ban? Banning speech that you disagree with is, in effect, politics. That's what politics is, like, covers and governs. There are people who are to ban speech that they disagree with, or to keep all speech that they agree and disagree with. Like, you cannot have a conversation about anything devoid of politics, because politics affects your life. Politics is purely discussing how things affect your life. Literally. That's what politics is at a very foundational, bare bones level. Is how does thing affect your life and the life of people around you? Just look at what tariffs are about to do. Even like past that, right? That is politics, but that's policy, right? If you don't like policy discussions, that's fine. If you want to be ignorant and stupid about the discussion about policy, that's totally fine. I can't force you to care about policy. But politics is not policy. Politics is not when the government does stuff, when politicians do stuff. Politics is purely about the effects that things that we advocate for or don't advocate for have on the lives of the people in our life, in our personal lives, and the people we don't even know. That is what politics is about, right? You cannot escape politics, because you attempting to escape politics is you engaging in politics. You choosing to try to disengage from politics is you engaging in politics. That is political. Everything is political. Not in like every form of art is political, right? That is a different conversation, right? But like you making any decision or any choice ever is a political choice. You deciding not to eat breakfast this morning is a choice that is based and rooted in politics. You deciding to eat more for breakfast, or you deciding to eat out for breakfast, or you deciding to cook your own breakfast, are all choices that are based in politics. You are guided by your material conditions. The amount of money you have, the money that you don't have, you going to work, where you decide to work, what jobs you are deciding to take, what your major is, what you decide to study, what you do in your free time. All of that is guided by politics. You cannot escape it. It is impossible for you to escape it because you live in a society. And when you live in a society, you are going to be guided by society. If you choose to disengage with politics, politics is going to decide for you. And it goes deeper and further than just who you vote for. Right? Tariffs is one example of this. Right? You can choose to not advocate for a single candidate. You can choose to not advocate for a single policy. But guess what? Politics is going to have its way with you regardless. It doesn't matter what you do or say, right? What you don't do or don't say. Because you live in a society with other people, their choices will affect you. And that's foundationally what politics is. You cannot ban politics, right? At the very most, you are banning the conversations about the choices of yourself and others. But that is, itself is a political choice. That itself is politics. And these people are so stupid.
YouTube has many ads. I don't think it does. I don't think I even have ads turned on my YouTube. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll double check right now. I actually don't think YouTube. I'm pretty sure I have YouTube ads turned off on my YouTube live streams. I'm pretty damn sure.
So many people need to understand this. Keep spitting. I mean, it's like so basic. It's so simple, right? Like you being able to make the decision to turn your brain off and not engage with the very overt policy or news is also a political choice. You choosing to not be political is a choice that is inherently rooted in politics. You cannot escape making choices. To not be political is to not make choices, right? Actually, you can escape it, right? There's one thing you can do to escape it, and that choice is still a political choice. It's still a choice that is guided by the things around you and will guide the people after you are gone. Let politics just be white. Even then, you're still affected by politics because that is politics, you know? That's banning politics is stupid because what does that mean? Not talking about things that affect you or others. Games are political too. Exactly. It wasn't until I took a poli-sci one-on-one class that I started to look at the politics as more than U.S. elections. Does that mean this freak is permanently banned? No. But we'll get to that in a second. The only thing that you can do is sub this Sean that we do pop culture, not politics. True. We do pop culture, not politics. Let me put the sign up real quick just so y'all know. Just so there's no confusion about what's going on here. There we go. But yeah, this isn't even what I was talking about originally. Because Tectone made a tweet. Who has the Tectone tweet? Who among us, sussy, has... Oh, wait. I saw... Okay, this is what I saw. I saw the Hassan tweet about Tectone's tweet. I actually saved it. Why don't you have an apolitical hat? I thought about it for the memes, but, like, I'm not going to go out and buy, like, a Trump hat just for the memes, you know? Like, it would be funny for, like, you know, a few minutes, but then like I am the person who has to have the hat sitting on my freaking shelf over there. I'm just like, get out. How funny could that possibly be for an extended period of time? I will say, if I come across a Trump hat in a way that is in which I don't have to pay for it, then that's a different story. Like the Muslimish hat, though. True. Thank you. Why don't you support Chinese manufacturing? Also, yeah, it's gonna be like expensive with the tariffs. It'll be so funny when like people try to buy more MAGA merch and they realize they have to pay like 1,500% more because of the tariffs. And they're like, what? Why does my Make America Great Again merch cost $100? Yeah, great question. Great question. So Tectone said, I'm genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly and immediately on Twitch. My father, my brothers, and our soldiers did not bleed, sacrifice, and die for the bullshit to be allowed and promoted on Twitch. This definitely needs to change immediately. So yeah, that's what Tectone said. That I saw this morning. And it's pretty funny because I was like, you know what? I just won't say it. Yeah, my father and my brothers, not me. Which is, it's so funny for people to be like, it's beta. It's beta to flex somebody else's military service. Okay, that's what it is. It's a pure beta cuck move. Cuck move. What are we doing? What are we doing here? You ain't serve. You ain't do it. You ain't do it. How about you bring your father out here and have him chastise Twitch for platforming Hassan or whatever? You know what I mean? But from a tweet that I saw, I don't know if you want your father to be in the public eye. I don't know. I'm not making any claims about Tectone's father. Not making any claims whatsoever. But if true, I've seen some things that were not very savory. Yeah, but don't fall from the tree type beat. That's what I'll say. But also, like, I also do want to hear what Tectone has to say about like what our soldiers are fighting and dying for. You know what I mean? Because one of the most consistent things that I've heard from people who were in service, right? Where my recruiter lied to me. I don't know why we're out here. You feel me? This whole like, we're protecting American freedoms is not as common in the military as it is from these LARPers outside of it. You know what I mean? Look, obviously there are still people who are like, hoorah, we're protecting freedoms or whatever. But like, there's a higher percentage of the military, right, of the actual like service members who are like, why did I join this? My recruiter lied to me and now I'm stuck here, right? Than there is of the American populace. People in America are more like the civilians are more hoorah, gung-ho, protecting our rights than like most soldiers are. Like, I was a Marine and refuses to stand for the anthem. Yeah. I was lied to. I'm stuck with idiots and these psychos defending some poppy field. I hate it. Yeah. The stuff I usually hear from vets. Exactly. And I think you will see, even of the vets that do talk positively about their service, right? Mostly due to the fact that they've spent and invested so much time and they don't want to like actually reckon with the idea that like the time that they've spent and the sacrifices that they did make for like American oil went to waste. You feel me? That's what Chad was talking about being in denial. If you talk to these people, it's usually a coping mechanism. Yeah. But like, I just have questions. Like, What are my freedoms doing all the way over there? What are my freedoms doing all the way over there? Hey, I mean, if I drop my freedoms in Afghanistan, I'm glad you went and picked it up. I do. I never went over there, but like, if it fell out of my pocket, and you're like, sir, you forgot your freedoms in Afghanistan, I'll go back and get them. I'll be like, appreciate it, you know? But I don't know how they got there. My dad is a conservative vet and still he's talking about his valor. Yeah. And my root thing is that it is very funny to flex the service of other people. It is very funny to do. And flexing that service to be like, we need to get Hassan banned, actually. Okay. Okay, because like, okay, you know what? Show me when Tectone has like advocated for, you know, things that would help veterans, homeless veterans, like universal housing or like universal healthcare and things of that nature. I think vets should get that stuff. I think the fact that we have such a high vet suicide rate is indicative of the fact that there are things that are incorrect about the way we deal with like military service. Right? Our healthcare system is broken. We use people and their bodies and we propagandize them at a young age. And then we discard them when we no longer need their bodies, right? Or when their bodies are broken from the inevitable weight of like the atrocity that they've helped commit.
Sean the Black says, she's my African princess.
Overcooking my toast just subscribed. Tectone would be more at home on YouTube anyway. Place is a right-wing shithole lol. Also hell yeah, 10 months.
True. Overcooking my toast. Thank you for the 10-month subscription. Much appreciate it. Also, chat, does anybody know what my max subs are? I probably could check Twitch tracker. Wasn't it 1,400? Oh, it's 2,000, bro. I was balling back then. I was balling. I was gonna say, oh, if it was 1,400, can we get above the max sub? Like that's a lot of subs away. Hey, chat, can we get above the all-time active subs? I mean, can we? Can we? Also, I am ranked like 3,000 in the world, 2,736 in the world. In America, which is what matters to me, I am, oh, we're so close. We're so close. We're so close. We're ranked 1,196 in the world. Ooh, we're just 200 away, chat. Can we just kick down those other 200? Can we kick them down? Kick them down. You're above 1%. I said it. I told y'all said I was in the 1% of chatters or in 1% of streamers. I said, no, I'm like 0.05. Right? 0.04. Which is why you people who kind of come in here and who are like,
you just subscribed.
Shout out to that one YouTube streamer, that YouTube chatter, who went in my YouTube chat was like, LOL, only 200 viewers, and you've been farming for so many viewers or whatever. LOL, you suck. And then one of my mods were like, actually has 1,000 on Twitch. He then left Twitch, came to my YouTube and was like, or left YouTube, came to my Twitch and was like, LOL, only 1,000 viewers. LOL. And I'm just like, what do you mean only 1,000 viewers? That's a lot of viewers, chatter. Like, of the millions of people that went live on YouTube,
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
I
live as a capitalist.
only like 2,000 something away from the top
James
of all
Gray just
on Twitch.
subscribed. I'm doing my part, salute.
You only need around 500 viewers to be in the top 1%. Less than that. I think it's like 250. We can actually check. If you go to, also, D's Nuts Ferratu, thank you for the tier 1. James, thank you for the 21 months. We're almost there. And Lampy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I forgot. I have to gift. How many subs did I say I'd gift, chat? I don't remember. I said that if I didn't beat Baldur's Gate 3 yesterday, was it 20? I thought it was 10. I'm pretty sure I said 10 subs that I would gift, right? It was 10 subs, right? It was not 200, okay? You shut your mouth. You will get 20 from me and you're going to take it, okay? You're going to be grateful for it. That's $100. Why would I even say this? Found you off Denim stream. I've been hooked since. That's what I'm saying. Everybody says this, right? And they're correct. It's true.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Is that one, I'm underrated. Oh, okay, they didn't even ask me for confirmation or anything. It just went.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Marina Wom.
It just went through. No confirmation. I was gonna say, oh, I don't have any money, but it just went through. Never mind. All right, whatever.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Jucifer.
It's gonna go through all of them.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to OBI Nastfu.
Sick.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Fish to 17.
Please rise for roll call. Anyway, what I was saying.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Exetasian Circle.
What I was saying was, I think the problem this is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem when it comes to being a streamer, and it's about discoverability. It's about getting in front of people, right, and getting your content in front of people. Because there are a lot of streamers who are very what's it called? Please stop. Please. We get it. Okay. There's a lot of gifted subs. Catnator, thank you for the tier 1 gifted. Any more gifted chat? Want to freaking harm my soul?
Not sure
how much want to roll into the drama slot, but I do have indisputable proof Tectone's dad was convicted of sexual assault 5 women in the military. Even had him on his podcast, much of regardless. I saw that. I saw a bad up and not a tweet about that. I have not personally. I have not personally verified this information. It's the same. I don't know how many Colonel whatever, I don't know what his name is. They exist in the military, but you know, I have seen that information as well. Sweet.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to AJ_Sandhu.
I don't even know if that's her name. I'm so sorry. Sweet, thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciate it.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to FR.
I have the Baldur's Gate 3 effect poll showing up right now. It shouldn't.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1
it's in their
sub
articles
to
talking
Yuyito
about
74.
his children that all share Tectone and his siblings' names. Okay, send that to me.
Sean D.A. Black gifted a tier 1 sub to Beak.
Because if there's proof that connects this colonel who did
Sean D.A.
and was
gifted a tier 1 sub to
I don't know if he was convicted. He was convicted for these crimes and Tectone directly. I do want to see that. Find a lot of streamers end up saying
gifted a
sweet.
tier 1 sub to Nasty_Taxi.
I can't vote on it. I mean, it shouldn't be on because I was trying to figure out what was going on with my polling thing and it just didn't work. But also for my chatters who weren't here yesterday, and I know a lot of y'all left, please. Are we done? Are we done? Jeez Louise.
Cat Annihilator gifted a tier 1 sub to Kakiran__. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Okay. Saturday, thank you for the 100 bits. Kiki, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. This is reverse psychology. I mean, hey, if you want to throw $20 at me just to watch me suffer, I think it's worth it. Right? You don't have to, but you can. I'll take your 20 gifteds. You feel me? But to be fair, I just gave
I did
$100.
everything right and they indicted
So like,
me.
I think it's only fair that y'all give me 20 gifteds back.
Kiki Crow 11 gifted a tier 1 sub to
Okay.
Alison Wando Bread.
Anyway, what I was saying before I got so rudely interrupted was the hardest part about being a streamer is about discoverability. This is why all press is good press is a saying that exists in like every industry, but it's also true for the streaming industry. I get really interrupted by gift subs. No, I was really interrupted by my own gift subs. Give us 1,000 first, then we can bargain. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. No. That would be like more than half of my, that would be almost all of my subs. I would have to give you more subs basically than I have just for y'all to bargain with giving me more. There's not even 1,000 people here. So all of y'all would get subs. What incentive would there be for y'all to give me anymore? None. Exactly. Anyway, but like all press is good press is the thing, right? Because discoverability is kind of the thing. And so there are a lot of people who like start watching my content who are like, I saw you stream, like finally came into your stream for the first time. And I enjoy being here, right? And I'm just like, yeah, because like that's the hardest part. Because if you are a marginalized streamer, not just being black, if you're black or you're a black woman, or if you're trans, if you're, if you're Muslim, if you have a marginalization, people are less likely to take a chance on you and click on your stream to give you a chance in the first place, even if you are like the most entertaining person to ever exist. And so you have to get over that hump of people being biased against you to even start to grow in the first place. And so a lot of people, what they oftentimes do, they'll lean into the spectacle, right? They'll lean into the spectacle, get bad press, and hopefully convert that bad press into long-term viewership for some people. You feel me? That's kind of the point. Ow, my neck. But yeah, let us continue with this. So Hassan said, "Oh no, what will anyone do if the bald pervert leaves the Twitch platform for good?" True. What would anyone do? I hope he does not do that. That would be so sad. That would be so sad. At the bottom, the obituary identifies Colonel Michael Robertson of Fort Bliss, Texas, and his 5 kids, including Tectone and his 2 military brothers and sister. Tectone gave his dad rank and name on the Steak and Eggs podcast. And the colonel who committed these acts was at Fort Bliss. Mm-hmm. Correct, stationed at Fort Bliss. That's not good. Also, they both served 41 years in the military. His dad talked about it during the podcast. That's not good, Tectone. That's not good at all. Know where he fought for your freedoms before black people could vote? That's not good. Yeah, so I wouldn't be flexing your father's military service. Here's the podcast mention.
To today's episode, and you guys get to ask whenever you want. For the viewers at home, what do you want the viewers to call you? Colonel?
No, God, no. No.
Iron Mike?
No. Mike will work just fine.
All right, cool.
Unless they're really hot. Then they can call me Michael. But
with the added context of what we understand to allegedly be true about this person, that does not that joke does not land as well.
Hey guys, it's the soft take.
That joke does not land as well. Right? And again, in a situation where in a normal situation, I wouldn't like hold somebody's like father's like, you know, crimes against them. I did see a very funny tweet though about somebody being like, why are you holding what his ancestors, all caps, done previously against him? That has nothing to do with what his ancestors did in the past. I'm like, it's his dad. It's his direct, like one step up in the family tree. Like, what are we talking about? His predecessor. Like, what are we talking about? Like his ancestors here. That was pretty funny. I agree with Adam on his podcast, which brings on his friends. He's platforming him. But even besides that, like, my point is that, like, I wouldn't even, like, I don't hold what his dad does against him per se. But like when it like falls in line with behavior that he has also exhibited and been accused of by his ex-partners, it's definitely not the best. It definitely added context for like the person that raised Tectone being accused of these things and Tectone himself being accused for these things as well. Like, it's not great. And also, I would not bring him into this situation. I wouldn't bring it up. His ex also tweeted 12 hours ago that she didn't drop anything, the police are still involved. What is Little Green Footballs? It's like a local outlet. Local outlets are so interesting to me. Just like kind of like school newspaper coded. Women testify Fort Bliss colonel sexually harassed them while he was their commander in Afghanistan. A colonel described by a friendly witness as old army listened during his court. He was court-martialed? That's... I would not be flexing his military service. Or not even that he was like after he got out, he was accused and then like, you know, been arrested for those crimes. Like, he was like directly court-martialed. Court-martialed is essentially being militarily held accountable for the crimes that you've committed, right? It can affect how you're discharged, whether you're discharged honorably or dishonorably, or are discharged without honor or whatever. Was he dishonorably? It doesn't. You can be discharged honorably, but be court-martialed, depending on your length of service. It does not necessarily mean you have to be discharged dishonorably, but I don't know is the question, right? Because if he's a colonel, there's a decent likelihood that because of his plethora of service, they still discharged him either honorably or like, you know, not dishonorably, not honorably, like neutrally, which being discharged neutrally doesn't look good, by the way. Like most people won't there's a term for it, I just don't remember what it is. Are we discharged less than honorably or general discharge? Yeah. I think less than honorably is what I was thinking of. Like most people, if they are aware of the military, knows that if you're not discharged honorably, you probably did something pretty bad in the military, like some sort of assault, harassment, sexual harassment. You may have abandoned your post. You may have vied to be or been trying to get discharged. Things of that nature. But like most people, if they leave the service at the end of their contract, they are discharged honorably, right? But I don't know. So yeah, well, I'll take a look at this. Listened during his court martial on Tuesday as women testified that he sexually harassed them in 2010 while commanding a combat hospital in Afghanistan. Colonel Michael Robertson commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Squad Hospital at Camp Dwyer, a military base in the airfield in the Helmand River Valley used by the U.S. Marines. It was described as, geez Louise, this is a word? Austere, with 10 structures, cots of beds, latrine, toilets. The hospital was built by unit soldiers and credited with saving numerous lives because it is a close area known for persistent and intense fighting. Fort Bliss officials refused to provide information on the charges filed against Robertson. However, an online court docket said he was faced with 1 charge of failure to obey orders of regulation, 3 charges of cruelty and maltreatment, 7 charges of assault, 16 unspecified charges that fell in the category of prejudice, good, or prejudicing. Jeez Louise. Prejudicing good order and discipline and other charges. Sorry, I just tuned in. I'm a vet. What was the question? Honorable general, under honorable conditions. That's what I was thinking of. Under honorable conditions and other than honorable or administrative separate separations on paper, no court hearing. Yeah, so there's just different types of discharges, and it just this just doesn't say. Sorry.
Percent speak out. Today, I would like to tell the story of
an honorable turns into honorable after 5 years on the books. Thank you, China, for your added context.
One of the 8% that were prosecuted. The story of Colonel Michael Robertson, who commanded Fort Bliss's 31st Combat Support Hospital at Camp Dwyer, a military base and airfield in the Helmand River Valley in Afghanistan. Last week, Colonel Robertson was convicted by a military judge of 14 charges, including having pornography on his government computer, sexually harassing 3 women, and assaulting 5 women. 8 women that served under his command testified at great cost to their careers and their privacy. Colonel Robertson routinely touched them without permission on their breasts, thighs, and buttocks, and encouraged them to look at pornography computer. Some testified the harassment occurred daily. Sadly, the military careers of these 8 women who bravely did the right thing are almost assuredly destroyed. A major who filed a claim against Robertson said, quote, "I don't know if my career was in jeopardy for doing the right thing. Who in the Corps who supported you is going to trust you in the future," unquote.
If your father is literally used as the example of sexual assault in the military, I would not bring him up as a shiny beacon of military service. I'm gonna be entirely real. Yeah, have him on the pod. Again, you cannot control who your parents are, right? But like, this does add some extra context when you realize that Tectone himself was accused of, or had some accusations, as well. Especially when you bring up what the chatter showed me, which was
to today's
like this clip, which is like the first thing he said, like, "Oh, if your audience is hot, then maybe." Like,
and you guys get to ask whenever you want. For the viewers at home, what do you want the viewers to call you? Colonel?
No, God, no. No.
Iron Mike?
No. Mike will work just fine.
All right, cool.
Unless they're really hot. Then they can call me Michael. But
all right.
It's just that simple.
it's just that simple, yeah.
So what do you think about what he's
like, the content makes it so much worse, so much worse. Honestly, I'm questioning whether this is a massive coincidence and not actually his dad, but given what Tectone has done, I have less doubts to jump to the conclusion. That's what I also said. And that there is a lot of circumstantial evidence that lead to the conclusion. The chatter, okay, this is what I can say. A chatter did send an obituary that specifically names a Colonel Michael Robertson of Fort Bliss, Texas, names his sons, 2 of which are in the military, by naming their military ranks, and names a 3rd son by the name of John. Now, I don't know what Tectone's first name is. Well, streamer Pedia listed as John. So there is a chance, right? There is a chance that it could not be him. It's really hard to get an honorable discharge. Most of them is anti-American shit, like refusing an order. I know people who got other than honorable for really gross shit. Yeah, I don't know what his father was discharged for. Jeez Louise. This is the picture that the streamer fandom wiki put for Tectone. Alleged sexual assault as like the main picture. Streamerpedia has smoke respect. They got his good side. How many Colonel Michael Robertsons at Fort Bliss could there be? Not even just that. It's how many Colonel Michael Robertsons can there be with multiple sons, 2 of which served, and the 3rd of which did not serve, who's also named John Robertson? Right? There could possibly be another one. There could possibly be another one, and it could very much be a coincidence. But that's the hard evidence. The circumstantial evidence that is added on top of that is that Tectone's father was being weird here about women. Tectone himself has allegations. Tectone's siblings, right, his brothers did serve, and in the obituary they were listed as being in the military. So that also falls in line with this tweet where he says, "My father and my brothers and our soldiers." Is that is also divorced 8 times? No, don't believe it. Don't believe it. Don't believe that. That's crazy. I'm gonna need some level, or I need evidence. 8 times is wild. 8 times is wild. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. How does that even happen? 8? Like, it's different to have 8 different baby mamas or baby daddies or whatever, right? like having kids with 8 different people, that's one thing. That's already a lot, right? And that's not like particularly normal, but that's one thing. But to get married and then divorced 8 separate times is crazy. That is at least one a year, right? But we're talking about like you get married to somebody, you're married to them, or you're with them for like 5 years, and then you get divorced, and then you immediately marry someone else. You're with them for 2 years, and then you immediately get divorced. You marry someone else, and then you get divorced a month later. Like that's like how I need to know. I need to know. I need to know.
Or maybe one of our eight stepmoms. One of them.
8 stepmoms? Hold up. What?
7 stepmoms? How many have I had?
I'm a bad man, but it ain't okay. It's 5.
Is it 5?
It's 5.
Okay, let's see. Gene.
No, don't name them. Do not do that, okay?
Okay.
I
remember more than that, but maybe you forgot about them.
There was 5.
Okay. All right. Maybe they're girlfriends. Who knows? Regardless.
Well, that doesn't count.
Well, like, so, all right, so Tectone said that whenever he was in high school, you had a separate apartment for them to be at so you could have privacy with your own apartment.
Fourth grade.
Wait, that was 4th grade?
Fourth grade.
Okay. All right. That's not untrue, but that is a misrepresentation of the truth.
So what was it?
Okay.
The truth was that I was at the Pentagon, and he and his brothers came to live with me.
Okay. Was this while he was in the service? Or did he have a job at the Pentagon after he was discharged from the Army? And after he had credible sexual assault allegations? Because it would not be the first time the Pentagon has hired people with credible allegations. Substantiated allegations. Not even allegations. He was convicted. He was convicted for this. Like I'm saying allegations to be too nice to this person. He was convicted for these things. Like this is not like a oh, it's alleged, oh, it's still being litigated ongoingly. Like he was convicted. Plenty of active military personnel work at the Pentagon. Yes, but like my question is like that had to have been after his conviction. Cuz these things were happening at Fort Bliss, not at the Pentagon. It's either more likely that it would be a different person, which I would think so too. His sentence, Colonel Robertson was ordered to pay $30,000 fine over 3 months and spend 3 months in prison. Colonel Robertson will retire from the Army when he finishes his sentence. His conviction won't affect his Army retirement. That I knew it. I knew something was like going to be like that. Or his federal health insurance, and he will not be required to register as a sex offender. I knew it. I knew it. What year was he court-martialed? The article was written in 2011. This article was written November 2011. Tectone said he was 4. No. Tectone said he was in 4th grade. It's different. Military sweeps so much is crazy. Yeah. Just get to walk free. Yeah. Yeah, see? Colonel Michael Robertson at Fort Bliss, soldier accused of sexual harassment, was convicted by a military judge of sexually harassing 3 women and assaulting 5 others. Convicted. This is why is this link gone? The El Paso Times news update. This link is also gone. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Corps who supported you is going to trust you in the future, unquote. Despite repeated warnings, Colonel Robertson also emailed pornography to friends and female subordinates.
Despite repeated warnings is crazy.
A lieutenant colonel who was the chief nurse under Robertson's command said his command style split the staff and created a toxic environment. What makes the defense's answer to all these actions? That all of these jokes and the touching were attempts to boost morale.
That's
How much more?
What I will say is that's not, and this is the sad part, is that that's not unique. Right? That's not a unique defense. This is the normal defense to like sexual assault utilizing power dynamics. Right? Like this is, it is. It's not even boys will be boys. It's worse than boys will be boys. Right? Because what boys will be boys defense does is say, you know, it doesn't act as an endorsement, but more an explanation that like, you know, that's just what boys do. This is like, that is an endorsement, right? Because if you are, or if you concede that this is to boost morale, you're actually kind of saying that you want more of this to happen. Because of course you would want morale to be boosted. This is a direct endorsement of the behavior.
More outrageous must the excuse become before we do something about it. So what is the punishment for someone in the military convicted of 14 counts of assaulting and harassing his subordinates?
I'm curious.
Who was assigned to protect? Is he sent to prison for being a predator? Is he stripped of his standing in the military? Oh, no. Colonel Robertson was ordered to pay a $30,000 fine over 3 months and spent 3 months in prison. Colonel Robertson will retire from the Army when he finishes his sentence. His conviction won't affect his Army retirement or his federal health insurance.
And the reason why I'm talking about this is bigger than just Tectone. Like, fuck Tectone 100%. But, like, I want to try to explain this to y'all. This is normal, right? When a superstructure like the U.S. military works in a way to protect abusers, right? By like, oh, well, he spent so long with us, so this is not going to affect his retirement, you know. We'll just force him to retire after he gets out of prison, right? And guess what he did afterwards, chat? He went to work at the Pentagon. He went to work at the Pentagon. Because he was not held accountable. It was normal 13 years ago when I was in, I'm sure it's normal now. And this is happening outside of just the military, right? Take, old dude, right? White kid, Brock Turner, right? Where the judge's defense for Brock Turner was like, oh, he's young. He has a life ahead of him. I don't want to ruin his life. He's so young. And they fall into giant positions, like into the high level positions, right? Because they're not held accountable. He has a bright future because he's not held accountable for the things that he did when he was young. And now, like, the victims here don't get justice. The perpetrator gets to use this experience, right? Being a colonel in the Army, you know, going to apply somewhere else. The interviewer pulls up the resume and pulls out the document saying, oh, I see you were discharged honorably, actually, from the military. That's good, you know? I do see a 3-month jail sentence here? Can you explain that? Yes. You know, as a man, you know, oftentimes people will kind of take what we do and will feel some type of way about it originally, and then will like change their minds about it later on. It's like one of those situations, you know. I was boosting morale, and some people felt later on that they were uncomfortable by it, and like the judge just sided with them. You're right. Yeah. I hate it when that happens. Nah, it sucks. Cool. Welcome to the Pentagon. Welcome to the Pentagon. Time after time after time after time after time again. And this is the issue, and this is the problem when you allow people who are like this in the positions of power, they become the interviewers. And when the next person was like, I see you spent some time in jail for sexual assault. Tell me about that. You know, I was young. Boys will be boys. Yeah, I get that too. I had the same thing back when I was growing up. Welcome to the Pentagon. And then it just continues again and again and again and again and again. And it becomes normalized, and nobody's ever held accountable for this, and nothing changes. Welcome to the Pentagon. This is deeper than just Tectone's alleged dad or whatever, right? It's deeper than this one specific instance. It is a consistent problem that we have in society when we don't actually try to hold people accountable. Because the problem is they never change. They never change, right? They never have an opportunity or have a reason to change, because there's no actual, like, you know, system that has to force them to be accountable. Right? So instead of this person being like, maybe the things that I think are acceptable for somebody in my position to be doing is not acceptable, and maybe I should not try to, or I should watch my words, watch the things that I do, right? Watch what I say, because maybe I am being either offensive or I am like contributing to a culture of sexual harassment when I say these things, right? If you're never held accountable for that, right? You then, you know, leave this instance, learning nothing. You go on to allegedly go onto a podcast, be like, you know, you can call me Michael if you're hot. Like, you would think if you were literally convicted of sexual harassment, you would be careful making comments like this when you are, like, you know, years down the line. It's something you would at least think about, right? Doing the whole, like, you know, like male chauvinist, you know, attitude a little bit. Or to be careful when the Pentagon doesn't matter. That's my point, right? That's my point. Because he went to the Pentagon. Nobody stopped him from falling upwards. As a society, we need to do better. We do. We need to do better. That's it. This is a thing that's totally separate from Tectone at this point. Just like just talking about like the overarching societal norms, about the way that we allow this type of behavior. Actively, not even allow, we endorse, right, and promote this type of behavior from a young age to as old as this person is now. Military cultural norms, protection plus misogyny, strict power hierarchies, isolation of bases abroad plus predator equals recipe for disaster. Yeah, but even then, like, a lot of this is correct, but it doesn't even have to be like isolation for bases abroad. There was an instance in Texas, in a Texas base, where like a woman just ended up dead, murdered. Her body buried on the base. Like, this is a to the point where the army had to do their own version of like what like outside people and conservatives would call DEI, right? Specialized training for their soldiers specifically, because sexual assault kept happening. It was called Sharp. U.S. Army's Sharp Sexual Harassment, Assault Response, and Prevention Program is a comprehensive effort to address sexual harassment and assault within the military. Felix Biederman is retweeting the news articles about Tectone's dad. I have high hopes. High hopes for what though? Like I don't like I don't know what you think is gonna come out of this. You know what I mean? Like Tectone's not gonna be held accountable for it. Was it done? Nothing. I mean, I can't speak to how effective Sharp is, right? Okay, I wasn't in the military, right? But like, I can only tell you that it got to a point where the military stopped ignoring it and started to try to combat it, right? It got that bad. You think the military wouldn't like ignore it completely if they thought they could? It got to a point where they could not ignore it anymore. The program, the stats of sexual assault are just insane. Yeah, you need to interrogate the numbers to see how they would have changed from the past to now. I don't know. There are people that should be doing that.
And he will not be required to register as a sex offender. It doesn't take a military expert or a psychologist to figure out that sexual assault and harassment hurts not only the individual victim, but undermines unit cohesion, morale, and overall effectiveness. The absolute failure to address this behavior is hurting our military. Colonel Robertson, the majority of assailants are older and of higher rank than their victims. They abuse not only their authority, but also the trust of those they are responsible for protecting. The current military structure serves as a safe haven for sexual predators. They either are never brought to justice at all, or they receive a sentence like Colonel Robertson that doesn't come close to match their crime. That's why this week I'll be in
honestly, in like, because again, the military kind of mirrors society in that like these things aren't even prosecuted. Like I think the only reason why he was even jailed in the first place is because his victims were like his freaking lieutenant colonels and majors. Like these are career military people. If it was the privates in his unit, like nothing would have happened, because nothing does happen when these like high level like commanding officers assault the lowly privates, the 18-year-olds who are just like literally fresh, maybe not even 18-year-olds, which is a different conversation. You know what I mean? Like different conversation. But like even then, even assaulting multiple high-level officers. Again, we're not even talking about like the
tier 1 sub to Nickbillers Fab. They have given 286 gift subs in the channel.
It's all right. Hold on. And be sharky, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. But yeah, we're not even talking about like the second lieutenant, you know what I mean? Fresh out of ROTC, right? We're talking about like lieutenant colonels and majors. Like, and he only got 3 months. Doesn't have to register as a sex offender, right? Doesn't affect his retirement or discharge. And so while convictions for sexual assault and sexual harassment and things of that nature are very low in actual society, he got a very small sentence if he would have been convicted outside of the military, outside of like the military courts. You know what I mean? Because again, he served us for like 20 years. You know, he's a colonel. He did good work. You know, he just made a few mistakes here and there. The sentence that is there to make the victims shut up and not punish anyone.
Producing a bill that would fund.
Not even. I think the sentence was less about the victims and more it was a sentence that was there to make this person, this representative, right, hopefully not speak up. It was to placate like the civilian population, as opposed to actually being justice for the victims and holding the accused accountable. Whereas they're like, oh no, we punished them. See, we put them in jail, right? And we never put any of our people in jail. So like, you know, be happy. The light gone out? What do you mean? It is. Oh, it's dark because my curtains fell. So we're gonna get this whole light and darkness thing going because I don't have any curtains to black out the light. My curtains are literally on the ground. The military doesn't want normal people to know what's going on besides we got the bad guys. Exactly.
Fundamentally change how sexual assaults are handled in the military. My bill will take the prosecution, the reporting, the oversight, the investigation, and the victim care of sexual assaults out of the hands of the normal chain of command and place the jurisdiction in the hands of an impartial office staffed by experts, both military and civilian. I've become painfully aware that if DoD continues to address this issue at its current pace, the epidemic of military assault will never end.
I'm curious.
Aware that if
Where did that bill go? Oh, it's still being pushed. To be fair to her, she didn't stop. She's still doing it. She is still pushing for this legislation 13 years later. But I think she ended her tenure in Congress. Oh, actually, no, not still, as in like right now. I think she ended her tenure in Congress. But as of 2021, she was pushing for it. But I think she might be retired. No, actually, she's back. She still does work. She left the House of Representatives in 2023, but she's a part of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. So she's still in politics, right? No, she put a lot of work into it though, so I'll put respect on her name. The board of supervisors in the county I grew up. She's a Jones House survivor too, I think. Interview her. I'm not gonna pull her into this. That seems a bit wrong. But she does seem to be like she's the person that was on the forefront of pushing for this specific thing in the first place. So I'll put respect on her name. Yeah. But yeah, it's just, yeah. Also, somebody sent this Felix tweet. Great video covering all the bullshit is worse than you think. Subscribe if you got a sec. Oh wait, this is his video, isn't it?
So the mission team received credible information about bodies found naked and or tied, and in one gap. Stop.
No, okay. No shot does he read the UN report on sexual violence and conflict. And then make the claim like Hamas like organized mass rapes on October 7th. I don't believe he does that. He talks to Nux. Come on. Okay. I do want to watch and get to I do want to watch and get to the Northstar Radio video, the Conrad Casey video, and I want to watch this video from the Soft Take. But like, I feel like those videos aren't going anywhere, right? Tectone's dad was such a piece of shit that the Congress woman used her whole tenure to push against the bill to stop what he did. He was. I will say that it's not just him. She pushed for it for like a number of different reasons, and she highlighted 16. She had 16 different hearings highlighting different women's cases, so he was a part of it. But like, that's not an inaccurate characterization. That she did use his specific case of about like abuse of power in the military. Yeah, that is, I think that's also true. And so the point I was gonna make is that I don't think these videos are going anywhere. I think that Tectone, depending on what claims he makes, if he goes into this video making claims that Hamas did like mass systemic sexual violence on October 7th, and using the like UN report or the other like documentary that was like disproven, right? That Kamala Harris like showed and Joe Biden showed at the White House or whatever, while simultaneously ignoring his own father's history of being convicted of sexual assault of his own subordinates. Like that's a little bit, that's crazy. Right? So I am kind of curious about what he says in this video. If you let me indulge. We don't have to watch all of it because it's like 42 minutes. And I do eventually want to get to these videos as well. I think there's another video about Ethan Klein that's probably out. But like, how you know that's his father? There is still a chance that it is a coincidence. There is a chance that it is a coincidence that Colonel Michael Robertson has 3 sons, 2 of which are in the military, one of which is named John Robertson, who was just Tectone's name, and was stationed at Fort Bliss. And Tectone, and here I'll just tell you the what chat showed me. I won't show the obituary because I'm not in the I'm not in the policy of like just like showing obituaries. But a chatter sent an obituary that named Colonel Mark Robinson. Michael. I can't read. Colonel Michael Robinson of Fort Bliss, Texas, names his 3 sons, 2 of which are in the military, one of which is named John Robertson. Right? Stationed at Fort Bliss. And Tectone's name is John Robertson. Tectone's father's name is Colonel Michael Robertson. Tectone himself posted a tweet. Where's it at? That named his father and his brothers as soldiers. Right? And there is that's the information that has to do with Tectone. Right? Potentially separately, there was a Colonel Michael Robertson who has been named as a Colonel Michael Robertson at Fort Bliss that had sexually assaulted or harassed 14 different people, I think they were all women, who were his subordinates. And he was convicted of that sexual harassment. There's also an article that says he has 40 years of service. And on the podcast, he said he had 41 years of service. What does the time say on this? 13:44 here, yeah.
How many times did you deploy?
I got 11 combat tours.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit. How long have you been in the military?
I was in 41 years.
Okay, so you're out now, though, right?
Yeah.
And Chad, if you can find the article that said he had 40 years of service, I'm just telling you, right? I'm just telling you the information that I was given from Chad, right? And you can make your own distinction of whether or not this is his father or not. I am curious about what he has to say about Hassan's situation is worse than you thought or whatever.
Already in the first line, this is crazy. They found him bound, naked, and gagged. And some of the
so this is, by the way, done by the Hamas terrorists that Hassan supports every stream. Okay, I did the whole legwork on the Hassan drama. You think you know the Hassan drama?
I already tell this is gonna be a great conversation that I know my YouTube.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Really
So
great. I
fucking
actually woke up from a nightmare last night because I
Bro.
was like, they banned my.
Wait, you can't. Okay, isn't Nux Taku a pedophile, or at least pedophile adjacent? Like, hasn't he said weird stuff around little girls so much so that like Mudahar had to separate himself out away from him? And Tectone had a conversation with him like last week. Oh yeah, that's what it was. He watched Lolly with Mudahar. It was on stream. That's so crazy. Lolly enjoyer. Okay, yeah, so I was still correct. Like, there's a Lolly guy. Tectone constantly talks about the pro Lolly content creators, although maintains that he's against it. You got a Predator Plus pedo duo on my screen now. He also made music that is itself a war crime. I'm aware of his musical endeavors. But yeah, I am curious. I want to. Okay, does anybody have a link to Mudahar talking about Nux? How he was entering the friendship or whatever. But Tectone's still friends with him.
In this situation, I always hate when I come to things. Starting with, oh man, I'm not looking forward to covering this situation. I always hate when I come into a situation.
Oh, there's also a freaking AB video. There's so much.
Not going to respond to any.
There's so much. Come on. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. Why is today so news packed, bro?
Where I gotta cover really big events that have to do with the homies, right? This just, it doesn't feel good, but also to ignore it would be kind of weird as well, just based on the gravity of it as well. So yeah, just full disclaimer when it comes to these two, Nux and Muda. There was a situation where, okay, how do I put this? Let's get started, okay? Let me snap out of it, Omni. Let's do this. So this is my game Mudahar, okay? Some ordinary gamers, you guys probably know him. He makes a lot of YouTube videos like every single day. I'm talking about whatever he wants. He does deep dives. He goes into the cyberspace and like scary parts of the internet that I wouldn't dare touch and crypto. Like, man's got a lot of different interests here, and then he just sits here and he just yap at dude, okay? You either hate him or you love him. There's been some recent controversy because recently he's left the Twitter space because, well, Nux Taku. If you guys don't know him, Nux is a VTuber, okay? He's probably one of the most degenerate VTubers that you can probably think of. He has this ridiculous avatar that looks like, I don't even know what it is. It reminds me of something, but I can't figure it out. And probably one of the most iconic voices.
That's kind of funny. It reminds me of something, but I can't figure it out, considering that allegedly, apparently, Nux stole his avatar.
Voices as you've probably heard on the internet. Like, once you've heard him, you can't get it out of your system. He's also somebody that you kind of either hate or love, having a lot of people that also hate him for a lot of controversies. We'll try not to get into every single one of them because he's been into a couple. But yeah, he's most famously known for having a YouTube channel where he kind of like does these like events where he comes up there and surprises his friends on Discord and says, hey bro, watch this clip. Or like, hey bro, yo, what do you think of this video? What do you think of this picture? Or let's do this game show. And it's just usually just degenerative stuff where he's just laughing and having a blast. And usually the people that are on the show as well are doing the same thing. He's
Didn't Nux also try to dox Iron Master at this point? He better not have.
Collaborated with a lot of big YouTubers as well while he does this thing. He's just.
Is it still dark in here? Bro, okay. I need to just step back a little bit. Actually, no, I know what I can do. I can kind of turn my camera a little bit this way. I am sitting in darkness, bro. Please, come on. Okay, there we go. The freaking brightness of the... Okay, here, I'm gonna do this. Let me do this real quick. Enjoy this video about Nux Taku.
It's like the jokester of VTubers type situation. However, as of last night, Mudahar made a video titled Post Nux Clarity. It's a pretty funny video title where he basically goes in depth talking about Nux, his interactions with him, and specifically this one clip that happened apparently where Nux was showing off hentai. That's the thing that he does. Like he shows off like little clips of hentai and then gets people to kind of laugh about it. But apparently one of the clips that he might have shown him might have been lolling. Or is it lolly? I don't know if it's lolly, 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 lolly.
Okay, let's see if that's better. Maybe also taking my glasses off would be better. That doesn't really help at all. I flipped my blinds around so that the blinds are pointing that way. So hopefully this stop more of the sun, but it didn't really help, I guess.
I've always just called it lolly. Anyway, it's the type of actions with him, and specifically.
How about you some blackout curtains? The curtains are the problem. I have curtains. They're right there. They're on the ground because they fell off my wall.
This one clip that happened apparently where Nux was showing off hentai. That's the thing that he does. Like he shows off like little clips of hentai and then gets people to kind of laugh about it. But apparently one of the clips that he might have shown him might have been lolling. Or is it lolly? I don't know if it's lolly, 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 lolly. I've always just called it lolly. Anyway, it's the type of hentai. It's illegal, you know, in the United States or whatever, but it's very, very frowned upon from like many people because it's usually the girls look underage, right? Either they are underage or the artist creates them in a way to look like young children, right? So it's then there's shades of gray because there's people who are like defending it. There's people who are like, no, it's fine. There's people who are like, oh, well, some women actually just look young just because they don't have curvaceous bodies, blah, blah, blah. I'm not here to get into that, okay? You can stop right now. Don't even omni me on that. We're not having that conversation, okay? But we will talk about what happened with the video with Mudahar. Or I would, but yeah, the video has now since been deleted. I did watch the video before it got deleted because when the title popped up, I was like, oh my God, not the homies. Again, for those of you guys who don't know, there used to be a podcast with Mudahar, Oompaville, and Nux. And they invited me on there, I think like 2 or 3 times. And every time I've been around them, hanging out with them and talking with them, I've always had a blast. There's been no weirdness, no issues. They've all seemed like just regular people talking shit, right? Like it's just literally just talking about events and just having fun and just being bros. I really did miss that.
Anyway, that's the long and short of it. Nux Taku was showing Mudahar lolly. So what I said stands, in my opinion. So that's who he's talking to. That's who Tectone is willingly having a conversation with.
My Twitch and my YouTube, so I was like, oh God, I'm so fucked. But thankfully I woke up and I still have my channel. I was like, oh God, I'm so fucked. But thankfully I woke up and I still have my channel, so.
Listen, I'm not saying that you getting banned would be hilarious content for the double standard of Twitch, but I hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah, did you see that Asmongold said I was going to be a martyr for the platform?
Oh God. Listen, Asmongold was kind of a martyr. The major Hassan hate train started when Asmongold was banned for his Israel-Palestine take.
What was that? The inferior culture one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why he can. He says
they read the UN report discovering evidence of systemic sexual assault and humiliation committed by Israel. I mean, you know why. They found out that sexual harassment is only an offense from in the military in 2022. That's kind of not surprising either. Jeez, what is wrong with my camera, bro? It's my glasses. I guarantee it's my glasses. Yeah. All right, we're switching to a different pair of glasses. We're going red. We're still good? Yeah, we're still good. Perfect. Can you just turn off auto expose? I don't know how to do that. Leave me alone.
And once again, totally valid he got banned. But the things that they're also saying they're not getting banned for, I just find absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
So are you all caught up to date on the Hassan, Ethan drama and the Sender drama?
Oh, dude, I am so up to date. I took notes on the whole debate. I recorded like a 3-hour video yesterday about the Hassan debate and all the terrible tactics he used. I can give you some like epic insight into how
I have an idea. Okay, chat, enjoy this while I go fix this. Hold on.
retarded. Can I say that word on your stream?
You can say any word on my stream. It doesn't matter.
Right, I can give you some great insight into how retarded Hassan is. Do you want just like a fun one? It's not so fun.
Sure. Okay, so we're starting with Hassan. Yeah, let's do that, man. I would love to hear your full thoughts on this.
All right. Well, in that case, so he quoted the UN report, and he said that the UN report that says that rapes happened on October 7th in Israel only has circumstantial evidence, and he needs pics or it didn't happen.
Isn't every potential rape based entirely on circumstantial evidence, like come inside vagina?
Literally, unless they do a rape kit actively immediately after it happens, it's always circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So I sent you a link to the UN report. He fails to mention what the circumstantial evidence is.
Okay, I'll pull it up right here. So is this?
So if you pull up the UN report. Oh no, this is the actual UN report on the sexual violence that occurred that day.
Oh damn. Okay. What page should I go to?
If you scroll to point 66 and 68 as examples.
Oh my god, bro! What the fuck? Okay, 66.
Just go to point 66. Yeah. All right, listen, I told you I did the legwork here.
Okay, I'll read it out loud. I'll read it out loud for chat.
All right, so this is the circumstantial evidence that he doesn't trust because it's only circumstantial.
Okay, let's see. So the mission team received credible information about bodies found naked and or tied, and in one stop. Already in the first line, this is crazy. They found him bound, naked, and gagged. And some of the
so this is, by the way, done by the Hamas terrorists that Hassan supports every stream. Okay, I did the whole legwork on the Hassan drama. You think you know the Hassan drama? Just read 68. Read the whole 68.
Okay, let me finish 66. While verification of sexual violence against these victims was not possible, circumstantial evidence, notably, which is obviously every single time, the found a female victim was found undressed and bound. That's maybe indicative of some form of sexual violence. It's insane. During the attacks of kibbutz Kfar Aza, located about 3 kilometers from Gaza perimeter fence, approximately 50 residents of its population, around 700 were killed when 100 militants entered the kibbutz. Am I saying that right, kibbutz?
Yep.
Armed with military-grade weaponry, most killings were reported to have occurred within 12 hours before the IDF were deployed to the area. Dozens of houses were burned. Fighting between militants and IDF forces and the normal kibbutz was reported to have ended only on 10 October, complicating the recovery of bodies. The mission team collected information from first responders who reported discovering bodies of women naked with their hands tied behind their backs and gunshot wounds to the head. Well, Jesus Christ. Well,
so remember, he claims that he's upset that not enough people came forward. But you realize most of these people that were raped were also murdered.
Yeah.
Right? And so he says it's circumstantial evidence, but there's a pattern of women bound and killed naked with blood between their legs. And he's like, well, that's just circumstantial.
Okay, so he's just a fucking piece of garbage who's just like vehemently...
He's a piece of garbage.
He's just vehemently defending Hamas.
You can have whatever take you want on Israel, Palestine, whatever your actual opinions are. To be there and go out there and be like, no, not enough people came forward and the evidence is only circumstantial, that is evil. It is evil. Terrorist apologia.
Yeah.
And evil.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe he's a necromancer and he can revive some witnesses so they can come forward.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually crazy, man. I'm actually glad you did the research on that. That's even more fucked up than I thought. Especially
yeah,
like such
you want to see what the Houthis did? That he says the Houthis deserve a peace prize. You want to know what the Houthis did?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to know actually. Yeah.
So today, the Houthis bombed an airport. Today, this happened this morning, literally. I don't know if you want to see videos of that.
Is there's videos of this?
Yeah, it happened this morning in Israel.
Okay, yes, send it, man. These are the ones that he.
Jeez Louise. I put the curtains back up, by the way. What'd I miss? See, the lighting is way better now. You hate us? Next time, pause the video. What did I miss? The worst takes from the worst people a lot. Should I go back? No. I spread some bullshit about Hassan and Tectone swallowed like a good girl. That's crazy. Go back.
Oh God. Listen, Hasmongold was kind of a martyr. The major Hassan hate train started when Hasmongold was banned for his Israel-Palestine take.
What was that? The inferior culture one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know why he can. He says that once again. Totally valid. He got banned, but the things that they're also saying they're not getting banned for, I just find absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
So are you all caught up to date on the Hassan, Ethan drama and the Cinder drama?
Oh, dude.
So we have an alleged sexual predator and a lolly watching pedophile person in Ethan's corner. Ethan's corner has a lot of interesting people for some reason. Next Tectone talk about this, but don't even mention the UN report that talks about the systematized rapes and killings done by the IOF, which is kind of crazy because like the entire point is that like there is not conclusive enough evidence to make that claim for Hamas, right? But the UN report against Israel and the IDF does make that claim, right? It does claim that there is a systematized rape done by and at the behest of the state of Israel by the IDF, right? And so there needs to be more investigations into the claims made against Hamas, and Israel has been stonewalling those investigations. They won't be taken seriously. They won't even they even stop the WoW rates for this. Yeah, we all know that if it were true, Israel would have let the investigations come in and happen. But nobody ever asked the question about why Israel is stonewalling the investigation. Should I be considered that the UN hates Israel perchance? I did not consider that. Right? If there's systemic mass rapes, I was joking. I know. I was also joking. Done by Hamas, I would like it to be investigated. I don't know why this is like the crazy take, right? If there were systemic mass rapes done by Hamas, I would like to I want that to be investigated. You find out everybody directly involved, and I want them prosecuted, thrown into and under the prisons. So I think that Israel stopping that investigation is pro-rape. If Israel was anti-rape, they would not be stonewalling and stopping any third-party investigations to the sexual assault that happened on October 7th and what followed to the hostages. Right? Israel seems to be on the side of rapists by not letting an investigation happen. Right? If you knew your buddy raped somebody, the cops are like, hey, we're going to go in and get that rapist. You're like, I know he did it. You can't come and check. You can't talk to the victim. You can't come and arrest the person. If you come in, we'll kill you. I will be like, that guy's kind of pro-rape a little bit. That guy is defending a rapist. I heard that Nux is Israeli also and found this. Nux is Israeli? No, I need to see, like, I need to see evidence of Nux saying that he's Israeli. That's something I need to see directly. Not just him saying he lost a family member on October 7th. I would need to see him say it.
Oh, dude, I am so up to date. I took notes on the whole debate. I recorded like a 3-hour video yesterday about the
said that he's Jewish before in one of his videos. Jews doesn't mean Israeli. I would need to see his background. Right?
Terrible tactics he used. I could give you some like epic insight into how retarded. Can I say that word on your stream?
You can say any word.
Doesn't he make daily Hassan videos? I mean, yeah, but so does like the Willie Slop tube and stuff.
Dimo
You know?
just subscribed.
I could give you some great insight into how retarded Hassan is. Do you want just like a fun one? It's not so fun.
Sure. Okay, so we're starting with Hassan. Yeah, let's do that, man. I would love to hear your full thoughts on this.
All right. Well, in that case, so he quoted the UN report, and he said that the UN report that says that rapes happened on October 7th in Israel only has circumstantial evidence, and he needs pics, or it didn't happen.
Isn't
Okay, why did he say he said and then not produce a Hassan quote? Because I don't think Hassan said he needs pics or it didn't happen. Right? It also, I want you to listen to what Nux says here. He says the UN report says that rapes happened on October 7th. And Hassan has never said that rapes didn't happen on October 7th. Right? Yeah, actually, Ethan did say that. Right? The claim is about systemic mass rapes on October 7th. Right? That they use rape as a tool of war. That's what the claim is. Right? And Hassan is refuting that claim. Right? That would be like looking at somebody who killed one person and said you did a mass shooting. You were trying to like kill politicians or whatever. Like, that is a different claim. That's not the same thing at all. If you made if the person was like, I'm going to go here and kill politicians, and they shot one person or whatever, and they started killing multiple politicians, you'd be like, okay, this person was intended to kill multiple politicians or whatever, right? But you would need to find proof and evidence that was the case, right? You need to go out and like find out what the motive was, how widespread through the chain of command, this plan was or whatever. Like there's a reason why there's the way we do things in society. You know what I mean? Do I have to watch 42 minutes of this? Oh, is this the entire thing? It's just them on a Discord call? Do they show clips of Hassan? Okay. So even in this video, that's about like why Hassan is bad, at least the slop tubers show clips of Hassan. At least they do the work to clip him out of context. This is just them talking about what Hassan's position is, potentially. Like, at least the content nuke had did the work to go find the clips from Destiny subreddit. Let's just openly Israeli lived there before we went to the States. Oh, if it's so open, you should be able to find me a clip of it, chatter. I have a standard of evidence that these people don't have. I would like to see Nux say that, please. He's Canadian American who was born February 9th, 1996. Oh, he's old. Jeez Louise. Let's talk about how Northstar Radio is ACP now. Why do people talk about like Oompaville like he's like kind of like separate from this entire thing?
God damn it.
Mr. Burrell.
Oh, sorry, trigger warning for this. Like, what is Oompaville even doing here? You know what I mean? Like, purely on merits of like video output, he at least has a little bit of a higher standard or a higher quality than these other people involved. You know what I mean? Like he's not Israeli. Well, apparently he lives in Israel. I don't know.
That's
what I got from he may be joking, memeing. I don't know. But yeah, we'll just see. I was watching the clip over here. Just I wanted to see what was happening.
It's not good. I don't know. You have an Israel passport? I don't have an Israel passport. But I could get one. I have to make sure I have to make sure I have an Israeli passport before I die under suspicious circumstances. So that way the conspiracy theory will really hold. I feel like if I don't have the Israeli passport, people won't really buy it.
I don't want to hear this person talk anymore.
You come to Israel, I will give you a tour, okay? I'll give you the craziest
tour. So this
tour.
that fast VTuber guy, you got to be more specific. You got to be more specific. When you say fascist VTuber, I'm gonna be entirely real. That's like half the industry at this point.
Sure.
That's like 50% of exactly. Did y'all see the thing where like people were trying to get gamer subs to drop this VTuber that they were partnering with because of that like full on like race realist fascist person?
Wait, where are you at?
Israel.
Wait, do you really? Oh, I'm actually going in 3 days for 2 weeks. So coming to where? Wait, where are you at?
Israel.
Wait, do you really? Oh, I'm actually going in 3 days for 2 weeks. So
you're going to Israel in 3 days?
Hell yeah, I'm going to West Bank, interview people, hopefully not get assassinated.
Okay. I am not going to the West Bank.
Oh my
However, I'll definitely get a coffee with you or something.
Where do you live? Oh, I know you definitely live in Tel Aviv. 100% you do.
Also, what I didn't talk about this when I watched it the first time is like Destiny calling the West Bank Israel. That's pretty interesting.
I do not. Good guess.
You don't?
Nice
really?
try.
No.
Nice try.
I thought that's where all the femboys were from, but okay.
Yeah, I'm the only femboy out of Tel Aviv.
I actually don't know any of
D. I don't even know why Oompaville is here. Does he even talk in this? It seems like it's mostly like just Destiny and Mudahar chopping it up.
Actually go. I do.
Oh, he's drinking something here.
Actually, hundreds of arrested files.
Drinking Dr.
because of
Pepper.
his direct.
What was this last year? Yeah, this is last year.
The point is, okay.
Does he add anything to this? Does he say anything? Now I'm just here for like morbid curiosity.
Okay, he's gaining knowledge and information. Okay, that's not just about the making.
YouTube like to the head because like on YouTube and like on
come to yes,
you don't almost. I fly out of here. Do you really? I actually don't know.
Like I don't know.
Where do you live? Oh, I know you definitely live in Tel Aviv. 100% you do.
That's what we just saw.
Good guess.
Did you guys see what like happened? PewDiePie got the worst faith interpretation of his thing. He comes out with a video talking about like people going to Japan up the that's
one of the hardest things for me to understand is I guess
does he talk at all?
Kid, right? Yeah.
Once you're
in my work
back, they're like a fraction.
Well, should I answer for him? Not gonna lie, I used to watch Oompa's videos. I mean, you can do what you want to do. I don't really care what you do, chat. Anyway, okay. I don't really care about Nux or about Tectone anymore. That's the Tectone stuff. That we're looking at this. Did I close it by accident? Okay, who has the Felix tweet again? I think I accidentally closed it. I found it. Never mind. Felix said, all right, pal, I don't think you've got to all right, pal, I don't think you get to reveal that you're all right, pal, I don't think you get to reveal that you let your entire family sign up and went have fun suckers. I'm going to become a Me Too Genshin streamer and get to be self-righteous about it, as if you couldn't play freemium games, get accused of heinous acts in the service. Exactly. This is exactly my point. Right? He's literally flexing other people's services. His dad signed up, his siblings signed up, and he was like, I'm not doing that. But then you get to flex their services years later. Come on now. His dad got booted from the army for sexually assaulting other soldiers. I just saw the article. We need to trade the family to a country that will torture them. They have disgraced us enough. That's crazy. But yeah, that's Tectone. Who did not wish me happy birthday. That's mad disrespectful. But yeah. So now there's a few options that we have. We can go. Also, I hope I don't start getting gotcha videos. It's your birthday? No, it was my birthday last year. And I told Tectone he didn't say happy birthday to me. He left me on red. Very mean. Should we go with watch the soft take one? We watch either the soft take one, or we can watch the Conrad Casey one. Or we can watch AB's 26-minute video saying I'm done. I guarantee you right now, he's not leaving Ethan Klein's podcast. No spoilers. No spoilers. Mods, ban any spoilers. There was a two-parter though. So now I'm curious.
Hey guys.
What's up, gang? This
Northstar Radio is a great companion to the content deputy. Soft take. I can't watch AB on my own. AB is just doubling down on Ethan, guys. No spoilers. Yeah, we'll go with a friend of the show. Actually, to be fair, they're all friends of the shows. Comrade Casey, the soft take, and AB. They're all friends of the shows. We'll just go with the longest friend of the show. It's Comrade Casey.
Hello?
Hello, this is Ian. I just got at your place, dude. I'm out front.
Oh, cool. What up, man? Nice. Cool. All right, I'm gonna go let you in. Coming through the garage, okay? I'll meet you there.
Oh, hey, there you are. Hey, how was the drive? Oh, it was good.
H3H3 Productions and iDubbbz are foundational in both Gen Z's online upbringing and YouTube history entirely. From Content Cop and Bad Unboxing to Hot Knife videos and an unfortunately long N-word compilation, both creators helped define YouTube's golden age of edgy codes. And an unfortunately long N-word compilation.
Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Both creators helped define YouTube's golden age of edgy comedy. No!
Ian, we're over here.
Okay, well, how am I gonna get up there?
I've got a fire escape ladder.
It'd be nice if you got a solid ladder that didn't swing. Maybe we film a normal video. Don't have to do any goofs or gags, but, you know, obviously, it seems like you're playing one on me.
As their careers diverged and their collaborations faded into history, their paths unexpectedly converged again in 2025. Not through partnership, but through conflict.
A few days
Hey,
ago,
that's me. Hey, that's me. I do love that I will forever be immortalized in the giant Trump hat.
And Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me.
I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3.
Well, like mod ban that guy.
It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
After Child Protective Services reportedly showed up at Ethan and Neela Klein's home in the early morning hours, that day's H3 podcast episode was weirdly centered around Ian and Anissa. Not because of anything they said, but because of what they didn't.
Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because like, why would I not? It was crazy. Of course I was gonna stand by you, that's insane. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me. If you wanna hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
Let's just say
I just love just by proxy of her being a woman, you have to defend her, right? If you want to hang out with that girl and not this girl, then, well, I guess you picked your side. I guess you picked your side.
Online discourse was heavily centered around Giardia, a fecally transmitted illness, according to Ethan, who casually claimed he, his kids, and even his dog all had.
Olive has Giardia. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He has Giardia. Ela has Giardia. I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my God. If you're making an active decision that, like, you don't give a fuck about your health, your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well.
Ian, who has largely stayed silent throughout Ethan's public unraveling, finally broke his silence, not out of malice, mostly out of concern, and he did it in the only way he knew how, by bringing Content Cop out of retirement after 7 long years to respectfully dunk on Ethan Klein. Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at
Patreon.com for simply viewing Ethan's own words. Yeah.
Before the drama, before the CPS calls and Giardia discourse, Ethan and Ian were friends. Kind of. I don't really know.
Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Ela. It's like kind of an internet friendship.
Ethan and iDubbbz were more or less in the same YouTube content niche. Edgy, uncensored, anti-woke comedy. In 2016, iDubbbz was on the H3 podcast. That same year, he made an appearance in some iconic H3 Productions videos like Vape Nation, Colorblind Glasses, and the aforementioned Hot Knife video. One of his more notorious moments was his first appearance on the podcast.
Who said it's just been around the block? Yeah, I love that I can just say yeah. Like, I feel like you're using it a little liberally. I love saying
Throughout this time, Ian and Ethan were simultaneously working on their own projects and collaborating with other creators besides just each other. Like Ian's popular series Comedians on Scooters getting Crunchwrap Supreme or whatever it's called, where he had the whiz kid himself, Vsauce, as a guest.
Hey, Michael, how's it going?
Good to see you. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit hungry.
I like it pretty short. Pretty short?
Yeah,
I don't like that big I like them short and thick. Yeah.
The most popular series between the two was iDubbbz's Content Cop, a series Ethan actually made a cameo in as well. Content Cop was a show meant to call out the worst of YouTube, people using the platform to bully and harass small.
Ian was kind of strutting there a little bit.
Creators. However, Content Cop sort of became what it was critiquing when iDubbbz decided to show up to a Tana Mojo meetup and add to his compilation. Ian eventually stopped making Content Cops and collaborating with Ethan.
He did do that. That did happen.
Entirely. And years later, ended up apologizing for his behavior
for the title of the Black Now. Mod's been that guy.
In the earlier years of his time on YouTube. His apology even reached Tana, and it seemed appreciated.
And I guess he posted this apology video apologizing for like a bunch of things he did in the past, one of them being the video he made with me or like to me. And I was like, damn, I just never expected that. And I don't know how I feel about it, you know, because like I kind of think I like deserved that. I was debating having him on Canceled and kind of on my podcast. It also was just so.
And this is the thing as well, because like she did kind of deserve that, right? Like Ethan, sorry. Well, I think N-word. I think of freaking Ethan. Ian should not be using the N-word, obviously. Like,
gifted a
this
tier
is
1 sub
very,
to
a
that
very
underscore
obvious thing.
mango
Like,
underscore
Tana
sensual.
also flagrantly used the
They have
N-word as
given
well.
195
right?
gift subs in the channel.
So, like, and this is kind of funny because both Tana and Ian did exactly what Ethan refused to do and, like, do a little bit of self-reflection, right? Just a little bit of self-reflection and realize, man, younger me kind of sucked. Like, Tana took being called out being like, yeah, no, I think I deserve to be called out. Like, obviously not deserve being called the N-word or whatever, but like, I think I deserve to be called out, right? And Ian was like, man, I think I deserve to be called out. Ethan was like, I've already apologized for myself in the past. Leave me alone. You know what I mean?
Long ago, and I feel like I've garnered such a new fan base since then that a lot of people don't even really know about it.
You don't want to rehash anything, or
Not even that. I just like, you know what I mean? Like, it's when something's been so long. What's
the point?
Okay,
He
I
seems
feel
grown.
that.
He seems like he's doing great.
The only sort of connection Ethan had with Ian after their collaborations dried up was an appearance here and there on the H3 podcast to promote Creator Clash.
We're joined by my good friend iDubbbz, Ian, many people, his parent, his
AB, a producer of H3, participated in the last Creator Clash, and in a weird twist, his wife Lena is currently training for the next Creator Clash, unfortunately getting stuck in the middle of this whole mess.
Lena's fighting in your...
Hey, that's me, chat. May 4th, it came out yesterday. Carmine Casey. Should have done your homework a little bit. Should have done your homework a little bit.
Fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe that he did this. It's actually fucking unreal.
Pretty wild.
By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack because why would you do this and not even tell her? Like, why would you invite someone on the show and do this? It's
yeah,
just
this is not as
fucking mean.
real research as the content puke. True. Are you the guy from the Northstar Radio video? Some may say. Some may say I was the guy that was featured by name in the Northstar Radio video. And by name, I mean not that my name was said, my name was featured as text on the screen.
Spirited.
All right, now that we got all of that out of the way, let's talk about Ethan's more recent
Also, can I say, at least I found some level of enjoyment out of old iDubbbz's videos before he was, dropping slurs. Like against like Leafy and Rice Gum or whatever. But like I never found enjoyment out of like Ethan Klein videos. Like I didn't really get like the whole Vape Nation stuff. Like that didn't really make any like sense to me. I didn't really understand his comedy. But like that's my take on that.
Relationship with iDubbbz.
But the Pro Things interview was funny as hell. I didn't see it, so.
Start of Ethan's crash out, Ian has stayed mostly silent. Here and there, he's made a few light jabs, poking fun at Ethan's latest unhinged take. But what really pushed Ethan over the edge wasn't Ian directly.
Kuroai Daimo. Kuro. Is Kuro black in Japanese? Could you call me black, Chatter, with your name? How dare you? Also, I love that my Japanese is coming in handy.
Directly. It was the Twitter activity of Froggy Tonic, a former Creator Clash editor loosely associated with Ian and Anissa.
Froggy Tonic, who is a previous editor and friend of Anissa.
Isn't it White Haku? As in like white person. He's also Shiroi. Shiro is like white the color. I'm pretty sure Haku is white for like the person. Like Hakujin is a white person.
And
it may be interchangeable. Kokujin is white. Kakujin is black. The more you know. most kanji you read in different ways if it's a composed word or not. Kind of like kunyomi on, you know what I mean. I was doing something there. I know a little bit.
Also,
not a lot of it.
I mean, Anissa was interacting with him as far as like the same day, talking to him on Twitter. She's at least on friendly terms with them. His editor, Froggy psychopath.
Yeah.
That's what it happened. Their editor was saying psycho shit about Hila and me, calling us like baby killers and shit. And I was like, damn, bro, you're not even going to say anything? Like, what the hell?
So here's what happened. On February 18th, during a live H3 podcast episode, Ethan casually told a story about how his new dog had infected the entire family with Giardia, a fecally transmitted disease according to Ethan's own.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You know what? I'm not even going to call out what I just laughed at. If you get it, you get it.
Words. He emphasized that Giardia is only contracted through ingesting contaminated poop, which, unintentionally or not, led viewers to one obvious conclusion. Your family was eating each other's poop. I mean, what else are we supposed to infer?
Olive has Giardia. It's a bacterial...
Here, I'm running back one more time because I was distracted. This is important, chat. Listen.
Dog had infected the entire family with Giardia, a fecally transmitted disease according to Ethan's own words. He emphasized that Giardia is only contracted through ingesting contaminated poop, which, unintentionally or not, led viewers to one obvious conclusion. Your family was eating each other's poop. I mean, what else are we supposed to infer?
Olive has Giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
And now Ela has Giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it? From
I'm trying
to. Because I'm not trying to get it.
Can we crank the AC, maybe?
Is it?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
What Ethan saw as a harmless anecdote was too much of his...
And I will say, right, and I don't want to harp on this too long because I know this is a part of his Tourette's. But, like, I still think that it's irresponsible to cough outwardly and very openly without even attempting to try to, limit the spread of it. Especially when he also simultaneously demands his employees come and clean up his workstation directly in front of him. You know what I mean? Like, if it was just like the Ethan corner, where only Ethan sits, and he's coughing there, that's fine. That's totally chill. Right? But doing that in like the middle of the room, while simultaneously demanding his employees come and clean up after him, when he has a little spill, when he has a little oopsie, right, is irresponsible. It's completely irresponsible. That's my take. That's my take. Henry doesn't imply being inconsiderate and a dick. I agree, right? My point is I wanted to call it out because I wanted to make sure that like I'm not criticizing him for the coughing itself, right? Because if he can't control that, he can't control that, right? But more for like the things surrounding the coughing, like people, like him demanding his crew come and help him clean up when he has a little spill, his little oopsies. He drops his coffee, and his crew is like, "Hey, you got stuff around you. Foreign, what's up? Hello. Welcome into the stream. We're just happy to be talking about Ethan now and his not great covering his cough skills. He said it was through ingesting, not inhaling, but I agree. Covering the mouth. Yeah, it was just a general thing, right? I just something that I saw he was like coughing on his like microphone and stuff. I just wanted to call it out. Thank you for the raid. W raid. Chatters, if you don't know 4Man in Foreign Land, fantastic YouTube channel. covering politics, black culture, all the like, things of that nature. Oh, there's a video on PewDiePie. Ooh, that in the back pocket. It is me, 100%. Welcome to Twitch. Be careful around here. The people are crazy. The people are crazy. I had no idea he streamed. Then drop a follow. Trying to get like you, fam. Oh, don't get like me, please. I will say, people will sit in your chat and clip everything you say out of context to try to get you banned. That is my biggest advice. They will do that. So just be aware. I just clipped that. Stop. Free promo though. I mean, yes, but like when you like it still doesn't feel great when like people are like literally a year later, they're like, mods ban that guy. How long you think until Dan is fired and they bring in the teacher from Matilda to eat all on the website? Like how long until he's fired or how long after he's fired for that to happen? I will say, if Dan is fired and he's replaced, we have 3 months max to get our affairs in order. They won't start with the song. They're gonna take us out first, right? Probably when the ops come through, they're gonna clip me out of context. So just be aware, be careful. That's all I'm saying, right? But yeah, once they figure out, oh, Foreign's on Twitch now, I gotta go there. It's a blessing I'm not interesting enough to be a streamer. I think that's not true. I think everybody's interesting enough to be a streamer. You have a unique perspective, chatter. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. Except Tectone. Tectone should not be a streamer.
Ingest my poop.
What do you think?
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
What Ethan saw as a harmless anecdote was to much of his audience a moment of unnecessary overshare.
Yeah. Frank. What about Dean? Oh, you're right. Now Dean's got to go too. I'm joking. Dean can stay. Dean can stay for now.
A little alarming. The public discourse surrounding Giardia Gate was heavily focused on.
Oh, also, chat, in case you're wondering, the person from TikTok never DM'd me. Right? The black guy from TikTok never DM'd me.
Tier 1 sub to Foreign Fridays. They have given 182 gift subs in the channel.
Like if he DM'd, then I would have 100% like had him on stream or something. He didn't DM me though. So maybe I have to wait until tomorrow to when I'm back on TikTok. Euphoric Goose, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Yes, simple black theory. Okay, now I'm curious. I wonder if he talked about me on his TikTok. Sorry, short aside, Chad. I kind of need to know. Nah, he still just does debunk videos. Maybe he doesn't want to get into the drama. Slightly curious though.
You ready?
Like, I have to make sure he wasn't talking about me when he said older millennial. Who is he? He's somebody who we were talking about a few days ago. We're talking about the Unfuck America tour in Dean Withers. Essentially there was the organizer of the tour, not this person. The organizer of the tour said some stuff that was racist. And he defended this organizer person. Yeah, Z. And so he came into my stream on TikTok and he said he was down to talk about it. Then TikTok banned me yesterday. So, you know, I got kind of cooked. And so I can't go live until tomorrow. So sorry, the short aside, but maybe tomorrow when I go live, he'll be there and then we'll have that conversation then as well. That's what I'm saying. And it wasn't even my fault. They banned me for a video that I was watching. Where's Carla? She's not on today. She's not done yet. She should be on tomorrow though. It was Senna's fault, 100%. Did anybody clip that? No. Nobody did. Oh, 91 Clippers?
Ethan and
No,
Neil
not you.
Klein and their abilities as parents, which I mean is sort of in question. I think Ethan's story warrants at least some
Sorry, Rebecca?
what Ethan saw as a harmless anecdote was to much of his audience a moment of unnecessary oversharing, and frankly, a little alarming. The public discourse surrounding Giardia Gate was heavily focused on Ethan and Neil Klein and their abilities as parents, which I mean is sort of in question. I think Ethan's story warrants at least some commentary.
I have to reiterate, it's unlikely that this even happened, but if it did, it was totally warranted. If you look at what he himself has said on the stream, there's no fucking way that if you showed that to someone at CPS, they would not be concerned enough for a visit.
Then on March 3rd, things escalated. Someone close to the family, according to CPS, made a call to Child Protective Services.
According to Ethan, quoting CPS. I think that's an important distinction, right? We have not talked to CPS. We have not heard from CPS. We are filtering this entirely through Ethan's own perspective, right? So Ethan himself said that CPS said that according to someone close to the family. That's an important distinction I will make.
Close to the family, according to CPS, made a call to Child Protective Services.
In our long career of being influencers in the public sphere, we've been swatted several times.
Do you think
The
Ethan would
helicopters
lie?
come.
The question is not even that if Ethan would lie. It's what Ethan would lie about is kind of the question here. We know Ethan lies. We know Ethan is dishonest. We know Ethan lies about a lot of things, right? The question is, what part of this is Ethan lying about? Right? What is the ratio of truth to lie that Ethan is telling here? We know he's a liar. This is not even something that needs to be discussed, right? But how far does the lie go, right? And people can have different thoughts on this. My personal belief is that I am going to take Ethan at face value that CPS showed up. I'm going to believe him that CPS was called and CPS showed up. And that's what I'm working on. Right? That's what I'm working off of. I don't know who called CPS. I don't know what the CPS visit was about. I don't know how involved CPS is in their investigation. I don't know any of his other stuff. I just know that I'm taking Ethan's word on CPS being called, right, to come to his house. That's what I'll say. The rest of it is nebulous, right? Who called CPS? We don't know. Why CPS showed up? We don't know. Right? What CPS said? We don't know. You can choose to believe Ethan for why he thinks CPS showed up, who he thinks called CPS, and what he thinks they were investigating, right? If you choose to have that level of belief in Ethan's story, I can't stop you. We don't have to agree on that, right? But we also have to acknowledge that these are all beliefs that Ethan has. That make sense?
Fire trucks come, police come. We, after all these years, still getting new experiences. This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services, an anonymous call saying that they were somebody that works at the house. They wanted to report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses.
Like that, I don't believe. I will concede that CPS showed up, because if you believe CPS didn't show up, there's no reason to have any of this other discussion in the first place, right? It would be irrelevant because Ethan would just be lying about all of it, right? And so in order to interrogate the other lies that Ethan tells and to poke the other holes into the story, I'm going to concede that CPS showed up, right? I do not believe CPS told him that someone close to the family, somebody who worked at the house, called. Do not believe it. CPS would not tell him, yeah, someone who works in your household, right? Someone who works in your household is called us. They would not tell him that. Why would they? Didn't he just contradict himself? Dams does not work at his house. No, he did not contradict himself. He says this, but then he then goes on to say that's not true. He then goes on to contradict his own version and the accounting of what CPS told him, right? He says CPS told him it was someone close to the family, someone who works at the house, who called about the kids rolling around in dog shit, right? He then responds to the claim that he just made saying, that's obviously not true. It's a snarker. That's what he says. He contradicts himself in that way, but he did that months ago. You know what I mean? Max Power, thank you for the 2 months free subscription. Much appreciated. If they did, it's just half truth where he tries to tell some random CPS worker that what a victim online bullying he is, and assured them it was someone it was taken as, and they assured him that it was taken as credible, and it seems like someone who knew him personally, which is this is what I said months ago as well. But they won't say it's someone who works in the house. They would not say that. Even in a world where they're trying to assure Ethan that it's a credible call that was made, right? Because it puts the person who works in the house in danger. They will just say, we got a credible call, right? We have verified the call or something of that nature. They wouldn't be like, no, it came from your doctor actually, so we know it's true. Do not believe it. Do not believe it. I think he's lying about that.
Actually showed up at their home is unclear. We only have Ethan's word, which doesn't exactly inspire confidence. But what we do know is that on the next episode of the H3 podcast, Ethan and Neela basically had a couples crash out session, experimenting with their own schizophrenic tendencies.
Exactly. He
trying
says
to piece together.
lied that they work for the house, which I don't think they will. I just believe with no proof, 100%. I agree. And they also wouldn't tell Ethan. Ethan, okay. I'm gonna play the video because I can go into this at length, right? Because this is one of the claims that like everybody kind of latched onto with basically zero evidence, right? It became the Believe Ethan hour in the entire internet, right? Like that's what it was. It became like, oh, Ethan, you know, this was bad that it happened, and Ethan is such a victim for this. Even though Ethan's own words contradict the things that he says.
Together any and all people who could have been responsible for this. A couple of those scapegoats being Twitch streamer Denims and former Creator Clash video editor Froggy Tonic.
How is this allowed on Reddit?
That's crazy.
2 hours, no moderation. How is this allowed? I'm losing my fucking mind.
It's just so obvious. Like none of these people are actually worried about.
No. This is a serious fucking issue. Like this is not. This has to be dealt with. This is not normal. I had kids crawling around. Holy crap, that's dark. Poor kids deserve better. So I work in a field where I'm mandated.
Poor kids deserve better.
I work in a field where I'm a mandated reporter. If I heard this story in a setting related to my job, I would have to call CPS. Yeah, I'm a nurse. If I had a pediatric patient come in and his wife. And this was with the story. I'm 100% reporting it. There's a lot of people that support us, but they won't say anything because they don't want to deal with the ramifications of what can only be described as like the most organized, malicious harassment campaign I've ever seen.
He had to spend long hours hunched over a laptop, ignoring his children and the poop they were eating for months to deliver that powerful content puke against the most evil man to ever live.
They've been going with that basically for a long time. Oh yeah, Ethan's kids roll around and eat dog shit in their house. And then
like Ethan is the person who said it. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want people to do? You said the words. Like, you said the words. Maybe do a little bit of self-reflection to be like, maybe I should stop saying all of this stuff. Right? Maybe I should stop sharing the intricate details of my children's personal health. Maybe that would be beneficial. Like, there's no self-reflection at all. None.
Listen and see what she says. And then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
Your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting Giardia?
Yeah, I never said the dog shit in my house. I never said the kids are eating shit. I said Sonny crawls around. He's an infant. He puts everything in his mouth. And I speculated if it could be related his diarrhea. Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia. You have to ingest my poop.
It's really becoming hard to do this show because it's like you can't tell any random story anymore because it becomes like content for this guy and a whole weapon against
I'm not going to
us.
edit myself, that's for sure. But
I know, but this is getting really difficult.
There has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the snarkers. It's just they are enabling it, they're allowing it, and as far as I can tell, they are participating in it. What the you guys? What the what do I do?
Like, I'm sorry, and I'll try to explain like this. I can't say, yeah, you know what? I actually shot someone and I buried them out back. And they get mad when the police showed up at my door knocking, saying we need to dig in your backyard. You know what I mean? You can't make the claim that like, yeah, I shot someone and had to bury him out back. Careful. What? I don't have a backyard.
Members go up
I live in freaking Los Angeles. Nobody here has backyards.
Maybe there are two different Ethans that Dan and Hiller keep switching out, who don't know about each other.
Maybe. Who knows? Members go up. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Like, you can't make a claim and then get mad when people like act on that claim. Maybe you should stop sharing. Maybe. Except the son. I'll say this. Not as someone who's been to a son's house because I've never seen his backyard, but as someone who's seen his son's backyard on streams, I don't think his backyard is big enough to bury a body in. I'm gonna be real. No offense. His backyard is not body burying size.
Like a Instagram reel where I say what happened, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter.
I don't think anything.
That won't work.
There's
No.
the
People
answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy. You know how compromised Reddit is? I haven't said this before. It's so infuriating. We got a hold of someone at Reddit a few weeks ago after everything was like peak, like max crazy. And we told them about all the snark stuff. It was a comms person and they got back to us and they said, well, you guys are harassing people also. You're harassing people and they're harassing people. So I don't see the difference between your community and their community.
Honestly, you know what? And I'll say this. I would be totally fine if Reddit took down both communities. Ethan, shake hands. Shake hands. Your community, gone. Snarkers, gone. Perfectly happy. Perfectly happy if they do that. 100%. 100%. Is your snark with too? Yeah, they have to take one for the team. Sorry, snarkers, you could take one for the team. If it means shutting down Ethan in that community, you're not the CEO. Sorry, now I am. Sorry. Take one for the team. And honestly, any snarker that disagrees with me, not a real snarker. They're an op. They are just here for the drama. They don't actually want to hold Ethan accountable and mitigate his harm. They want the blood sport. I don't like them. Only the true snarkers would agree with me. People who are like, this will mitigate Ethan's harm. Take one for the team W. I'm a snarker. I agree. Exactly. But D's community and LSF would need to go too because they'll just go back there. Yeah, I'm fine with that too. Right? You can take down every single H3 snark in adjacent community. H3 snark, H3 HQ underscore productions, leftovers H3, so long as H3 HQ productions, the main one, Destiny's community, and LSF are gone. You get one, we get one, right? It's like a draft. We draft the ban of Arshas Destiny. All right, it's gone. They draft the ban of H3 Snark. All right, it's gone. We draft the ban of H3 Productions. All right, it's gone. They draft the ban of H3 underscore Productions. All right, it's gone. And we just keep going. I'm totally down for that. I'm totally down for that. It will make my life objectively better. Literally going for, yes, we're going ban for ban. We're going ban for ban on subreddit bans. I'm totally for this. Ethan, let's do it. Let's do it. We can both contact Reddit. You know what I mean? Okay, not both, but like we get Reddit to agree to this, right? You pick your champions, we pick our champions. We go ban for subreddits. I don't care if we lose r/Hassan_Piker. I don't care if we lose OK Buddy Hassan. I don't care if we lose r/all. I don't care if we lose. I don't care what we lose, bro. I don't care if we lose Fomois. I just to get him out of here. It will make Reddit an objectively better place, right? We lose like 3 or 4 subreddits, and then they lose like all the snark subreddits. We're chilling. Not OK Buddy. Okay, Hassan has done OK Buddy in like 6 months. Let's be real, Mango Breezy. Hassan has not done OK Buddy in 6 months. We're not losing anything. We're not losing anything. Is OK Buddy still a thing? OK Buddy. r/Sean the Black doesn't exist.
Ethan is clearly trying to deflect here, framing the entire situation as some grand H3 snark narrative.
It turned into this whole snark narrative. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that he's, who's claimed to fame as being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called.
But he's the one who told the internet his whole family got sick by ingesting poop. That's not a leap people are making. That's your own damn story.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Also, it's hilarious how defensive they get about their house being clean, despite the fact that Ethan literally described his entire household catching Giardia. That's not something you get from a single rogue turd.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
I realized that being a father is basically just living in a world of poop. The dogs poop downstairs.
Just look at this clip of Ethan stepping on a fossilized piece of poop under his desk.
It just depends on how significantly different this is than their existing content. I mean, if it's like a huge jump up in production quality, then it'll make sense. What's happening?
The carpet from one of the dogs. It's like a super it's like a super, how do you call it? Fibery,
Petrified?
super fluffy with like strings, you know?
Yeah.
And obviously we clean our carpet, but I can't even see it with my naked eye. I was just passing my foot over it and felt a bump. It's old, by the way. It's hard.
Gross.
By this point, the petty finger pointing reached a new level, and I'm having trouble even understanding how we got to this point so fast.
You did go in on him a little bit. You call him spineless. You said you're no friend of mine.
So what?
Well, I'm just saying, just to give the context.
He is spineless, and this just proves it. Like, what a fucking coward.
Ethan and Hila basically called Ian and Anissa spineless for not publicly denouncing Froggy, as if Ian was responsible for a former editor tweeting mean things in response to Ethan's own disgusting story, which makes no sense. There's no actual connection, no evidence, just a bunch of paranoid theorizing because someone, somewhere, reacted exactly how you'd expect after hearing a story about a child allegedly eating poop. That is what Ethan said on his podcast.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now.
He did say it. I'm so glad that Connor Casey is redirecting, circling back around to the fact that Ethan himself said these words. That's something we all forget, right? We all seem to forget that Ethan himself said these words. Why he said these words, I don't know. Maybe he should stop saying these words. Maybe.
Could say something
spineless.
He could say something too. He has his own following.
Well, Ian knows us better than
mouth. He's been with us. He's seen us with our kids.
Spineless, actually.
He could say something too. If you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know. Yeah.
Which I'll
she's
show.
friends with
Denims
Denim.
is actually participating in this whole child protective service lie.
Yeah.
Which I'll
And if
show you
you're
guys
friends with
instead.
them, then you're saying what they're saying, right?
Oh, well, that child protective service is even the worst thing. I mean, she said worse things about you and me.
Yeah.
And I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
After Ethan escalated things with his former friend, Ian finally felt compelled to respond, dusting off the recession indicator itself, Content Cop, in the year 2025.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Oh,
Wake up,
wait.
Ethan.
Did the audio, did the audio get claimed? Wait, is it still on the original video?
I just wanted to.
Destination. A cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live on a live. Up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Yeah, it is still in the main video. Okay. This thumbnail is so freaking good, chat. Just doesn't this make you want to click on the thumbnail? Doesn't this like entice you to click it? The bald was a nice touch. The bald was a nice touch. I clicked that bald head so fast. Not because it's Tectone. Moz banned that guy.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up. Says anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet, chat.
I'm just saying that nobody's telling you to wake up.
Yummy.
Oh, well, you can hear my okay. With the music gone, you could actually hear my my second line. I thought it got lost to time. I could hear it, but like there wasn't a way that I could say I had a second line in this without it sounding like I was crazy because the music was so loud.
Content yet, chat.
I'm just saying that nobody's telling you to wake up.
Yummy. I love
I said
that.
nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Unless.
I'm gonna wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan. Just wake up.
This wasn't just a nostalgic throwback. Ian's Content Cop on Ethan Klein delivers a sharp but strangely compassionate critique, centered on a few key points. Ethan engages in performative behavior and avoids accountability. Ethan uses his Jewish identity as a shield when it's convenient, disregarding criticism as anti-Semitism. Ethan is rude to his employees. Ethan manipulates his audience to pity him. Ethan uses the button to avoid accountability and growth. But at its core...
Which I have to remind you, Mr. I watched every frame of the Content Cop did not watch that frame of the Content Cop. He skipped by that entire section. I just want to point that out. Skipped the entire section.
Ian's video isn't a takedown. It's a wake-up call, a slap in the face of a former friend
so
who's...
quiet. I always need to max out my volume. Because I can hear myself talk and I don't like hear myself be loud. Honestly, that's pretty much the reason. Yeah. Here, I can turn that up a little bit more. Yeah, sure, fine. Turn everything up.
Clearly spiraling. He even ends the video not with rage, but with a sincere plea for Ethan to change.
I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been, and probably...
A lot of people still not get the videos more of an intervention and not a takedown. They're dishonest. Confirmed.
Wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends.
That's sincere enough, my bad.
I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that.
Same
That'd be
jacket?
sick.
Actually, this is a different jacket. It is actually a different jacket. It's a different type of green. It is similar, but it's different. Worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when you are being goofy,
like you're the guy from the college cop, some people may say.
When you're being silly,
how many bombers do you need? All of them. You wouldn't understand it because you're a Canadian, all right? I'm American. I need all the bombers.
Being lighthearted and just having fun with your friends. I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports for good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
And in a stroke of brilliance, Ian dropped the video at the exact moment Ethan went live on the H3 podcast, ensuring the reaction would be captured in real time.
Well, what happened? There's more bad news?
I do have some more bad news for you. Some breaking news. Your old friend iDubbbz just released a video.
Yeah.
It's about you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God. That is no, it can't be.
Well.
It actually can't be. Holy f, dude.
It sure is.
Oh my God. Holy f.
And from
knowing about this and keeping it quiet was so difficult. It was so difficult. But this reaction made it worth it. Overdrive poker face? Yeah. You polled us? I did poll you. I did a prediction, I think. No, it was just a poll. Yeah, it was just a poll. I should have done a prediction. That would have been funny. No, it was a... Yeah, it was a prediction. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. That was funny.
From a quick scrub through, I think, well, it's going to be a little spicy.
Check the description.
Oh my God. Like what? Like what? Why? What would I do to like fucking, like what kind of fucking, like bro, what kind of cowardly bullshit is this? Like we have one disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys. And like you bring on people who are fucking denims and Frogan who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list and you're platforming them? I am genuinely in disbelief. And by the way, I know all the criticism that all these people level against me, and there's no shot that this video holds any fucking water. I'll watch the whole thing. I don't give a fuck.
Ethan, of course, has been gloating about the fact that he reacted to it instantly.
I hope people let him know how it's done. When Ian dropped the video about me, I opened it, live streamed it immediately. That's what's called accountability, and that's what's called believing in yourself.
But before hitting play, he spent a good while ruminating on the idea, even calling Hila and having her come over as soon as possible while his employees frantically scrubbed the video to find parts they should avoid.
I can't believe how fucking insane this is. I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you? I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button. I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. She's on the way?
Oh yeah, she said she's coming to the office. She's leaving the house now, she said.
Oh, about this?
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, bro.
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it now?
I suggested that.
I think we should.
Go ahead, you can suggest. I'm open to suggestions.
Just in terms of like it being in the moment, maybe do we want to watch it off and then?
And now he's forcing this conversation to continue and platforming this group of fucking psychopaths, minus Kirk.
And minus me. What did I do? You know what? F Denham, what did I do, though? I was trying to say you're my own business. I just be minding my business.
Legend. Let's do a poll. I see people are. I can do it now.
They're gonna say watch. They're gonna tell you to watch.
There's no
it,
point for a
obviously.
poll.
Well, let's see. I'm curious. They could say watch.
I just think, you know.
Well, if Hila's coming.
We should do it off stream. Because I feel like
I think that it's kind of funny to watch the crew trying to save Ethan, but they don't baby him. Being like, I think that off stream just makes more sense. No, I will not elaborate, but just it makes more sense to me.
this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was, but...
You're coming here because of this content cop? Okay.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I know you can handle it, Ethan, but like the audience may not be able to handle it. So like, so that's why we should wait. Yeah, that's why.
Thoughts on this so far? I mean, we're debating if we should watch it or not. Let's do the poll. Let's see like how much percent yes it is.
Should Ethan watch the IDub videos, just yes or no?
I can't believe I'm on the phone with a Zionist baby killer, Elon.
Yeah, I know.
On YouTube, of his fan channels re-uploading, like every time he's talked about us, 41 videos. 41 videos about me in the past 30 days. 41.
This is a substantial amount. A lot of those are just like re-uploads of the same clips, right?
All right, let me just get to that part at least. The fact that you want to associate with these people openly is so fucking sick. Holy shit, dude. When Ian dropped a video about me,
I mean, 26 minutes is basically instantly, you know? That's basically instantly.
Opened it, live streamed it immediately.
Eventually, he started watching, cautiously, painfully cautiously, pausing every few seconds, often unable to muster a coherent response.
He's so zany, you guys. Remember how zany and cool iDubbbz is? He's doing karate and cool. He's being silly in a fucking cabin. Look at him go. Yeah. Yeah. Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts. Is this funny?
Ethan's reaction makes it funny.
Is that funny?
Out of a 3-hour podcast, he made it only 17 minutes into the video. The only thing Ethan really threw at Ian was a mix of name-calling and petty mockery. He was so stunned by the whole situation, he couldn't even form a coherent defense, just flailed around, clearly thrown off and grasping for anything that might stick.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. And people go, oh, Mr. No, listen, that's right. I'm going after his tattoos. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that.
The funniest part about this video was that it was mostly... It's pretty much easily understood that Ethan was stalling so he could go and get talking points, right? It's like having imagine you're taking a test in school and it's a 2-part test, right? You have 2 days to complete it. And you're like, oh, I didn't study at all. And so you just basically you stall for the entire first day because you know when you go home, you can just get your notes and get all the answers, right? You show up the second day, you're like fully prepared, let's go. You just do the rest of the test, right? That's what he was doing. He was stalling. He stalled. He got 17 minutes of stalling in him, right? 17 minutes of stalling in him. So he can go home, come back and be like, okay, I'm ready to take the rest. You know what I mean?
That one, and that one. Cringe, bro. I'm kidding, by the way. People are going to be like, this is all he had to say? I don't think this is going to be hard to react to at all. I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon.
True.
Of Akid. If I would imagine this,
he did his silly accent.
I mean, that is exactly.
It's also funny because Ethan always does silly accents. You know, that's like his thing. His thing is silly accents.
Right though.
The moment I saw this man in a mullet covered in fucking Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent tattoos, I got concerned for him.
The question that's just struck me: has anyone besides Ethan made a video looking into the drama and came out of it like, nah, Ethan really made a lot of sense here? I feel like outside Reddit, obviously, it's kind of one-sided in that opinion. Like slop tubers, you know what I mean? But that's their entire thing, you know? But like, other than that, not really, because like, most people just aren't involved. Comment on the deputy video is hilarious. I'm just an unbiased commenter, and I think this iDubbbz guy is crashing out. Yeah, this video just showed up on my home feed. I don't know nothing about anything that's going on here, and I think this iDubbbz guy is in the wrong. Actually, like, sure, we definitely believe that.
Following episode, Ethan reacted to the full thing, donning a suit in remembrance of his former friend.
Today, we approach this episode somberly. I've dressed up as I'm, unfortunately, will be attending a funeral for a friend today.
But what was meant to be a big dick move on the part of Ethan, watching the content cop on stream after its release, he goes on to admit to pre-watching the entire video the night before.
Can we now say, because last night we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CPS.
And although he now proudly claims to have watched every pixel,
I immediately went and watched it live. Because I want people to know just how unafraid I am of this video.
He conveniently skipped over the section about being a terrible boss.
Yeah,
let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been
Let's not talk about the crew. So I vowed that I'm not even going to comment on the crew part. Obviously, if anybody wants to, they're welcome to, but I just want to keep the crew out of it, actually.
We're going to skip forward to like 45
there you
or something.
go.
Yeah, where does it? Let me see. There. So just
About every second, every frame. He says he watched every frame. Interesting.
just to say that, so they can't say I'm avoiding criticism. The most biting thing in there is the button where the button didn't work, and I'm speaking harshly to AB. So like that was one instance where I was speaking harshly to AB, and we were having a real world workplace experience. I don't even think it's really that big of a deal.
His response, if you can even call it that, was light on substance. Mostly whining, deflection, and one especially telling moment where the context of a clip was clear as day, and Ethan and Hila still pretended they didn't understand it.
They claim that Hila... if you read online about her, the claim is that Hila says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that
one?
Like their evidence is Hila doing.
Yeah, she's agreeing with Rudy Giuliani saying it. The claim is correct.
I mean.
And I don't even remember what, like, sometimes there's multiple conversations happening at once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like, what?
And she never apologized for it, by the way. She never says, I don't think Palestinian children are taught to kill at birth. She could. She could. She didn't say it, though.
This was our post-election stream, right? Where we were all... Yeah.
There was lots of chatter back and forth. As the podcast
a
does.
nightmare of a stream when we were like, okay, Trump won.
Oh.
So at any rate,
I don't even
so
remember.
Let me agree with Rudy Giuliani.
So once again, world building on this.
Yeah.
This is their fucking evidence for this insane claim, by the way. This extraordinary claim that Hila thinks kids are trained to hate Americans by the age of 2. Pretty extreme claim. The evidence should be pretty extreme.
Not even. Okay, that's also not true. I think the more extreme a claim is, the evidence is a lot less extreme or necessary for it. Because the denunciation of that extreme claim should be equal. Right? Does that make sense? Like if somebody is sitting next to me saying an insane claim, I think I would need to be very clear that I don't agree with that claim. Like if somebody is sitting next to me, like reading like, Nazi propaganda with the swastika armband on and it's like Sig Heiling, and you're just like, you slightly scoot over, people are going to think that you kind of agree with it, right? That it requires you to get up and either punch the Nazi or physically remove yourself from the space. The more extreme a claim is, the more extreme your denunciation is. If a claim is so extreme and you barely denounce it, you're kind of endorsing it. So no, it's not like if it's a very extreme claim, you need a very extreme evidence of me agreeing to it. Like, no, you need a little bit of evidence of you agreeing to it. The more extreme a claim is, right, the less evidence that I need to see of you denouncing it to, like, think you agree with it. Right? That makes sense. That's that incorrectly. That's my take. Because Rudy Giuliani made such an extreme claim, I need extreme condemnation from you to understand that you disagree with it. And not only did she not condemn, right, that message, she endorsed it. You know what I mean? Back to my analogy, like on the train where somebody with a Nazi armband who's Sig Heiling is sitting down next to you, right? Not only do you not scoot away at all, you fist bump him. Right? I mean, you don't give him a hug, you don't kiss him on the cheek or whatever. You're also not Sig Heiling, but you're fist bumping him after he Sig Heils. People are going to believe that you are okay with Nazis if you do that. They are. And they wouldn't be wrong. They would be correct. Positive correlation between a severity of a claim and a degree of rebuke. Yeah. I'm gonna just think you're a Nazi at that point. Exactly. So when Rudy Giuliani says something that's very clearly like anti-Palestinian, and you're basically fist bumping him, you're tacitly endorsing him, people are going to assume that you are anti-Palestinian. And they're not wrong to assume that. Now, if Ela was like, nah, Rudy, that's very extreme. I don't agree with that at all. That's pretty disgusting, actually. Right? And then people were like, oh, she agreed with Rudy Giuliani? I would defend her. I'd be like, no, she obviously doesn't agree with Rudy Giuliani. She said, I don't agree with him. I think that's extreme. But she didn't do that, did she? She didn't. Tactic endorsement is a great way to describe it here. Also, a clip of Ela calling Gallant a good guy, which she definitely knew about his politics, was some winking and nodding stuff. Yeah.
Taught at 2 years old to kill America.
Also, something I haven't heard anybody say is that Ela loves to yell at Hassan for being like, you know nothing about Israel. You know nothing about the state of Israel. You've never lived there. How would you know? Yelling at Hassan about not knowing anything about Israel and the politics of Israel, while simultaneously hiding behind the fact that she wasn't up to date with the former defense minister, Yoav Gallant, right? And his politics. And it's very clearly like genocidal rhetoric. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting to say. The Salty video on Ela is very good. It's up next. We have it here. We either watch it today or tomorrow.
Americans.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean,
Like, checkmate.
Yeah. Where does it go?
A little
from
bit,
there?
yes. Yes, a little bit checkmate.
Like, I don't say anything. I don't know what.
Let's watch it
The
unfiltered.
movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro-Palestine, because if Trump gets elected,
He's the most pro-Israel president of all
it's
time.
not good.
The context is Ela's fucking defending Gaza because people like Hassan pathetically voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala Harris. And
Also, Ethan also claimed that he never said that Hassan voted for Jill Stein. Right? Also claims that he never said Hassan voted for Jill Stein. I think he claimed that in the debate, right? He says, I don't know who you voted for. I don't know. Right? But this is him with his full chest, saying that Hassan voted for Jill Stein. Hassan said he voted for Kamala during the debate. I think chatters are wrong about that, by the way. I don't think Hassan said he voted for Kamala before the debate. Right, which is why this talking point stuck for as long as it did in the first place. Because it doesn't matter, you know? Not before, during. I know he said it during the debate. But leading up to this, chatters will always say Hassan voted for Kamala Harris. And I was just like, or Hassan said he voted for Kamala Harris. Right? I was like, I don't think he did. Right? Hassan did it on stream. He voted on stream. He didn't say who he voted for. Right? That's the thing. He voted on stream. And a lot of chatters heard Hassan's, and people say Hassan voted on stream and they just like assume he voted for Kamala Harris, which I didn't think I didn't think he didn't. Right? I didn't know who he voted for. But like, you know what I mean? Chatters will always be like, whenever this conversation came up, they'd be like, Hassan said he voted for Kamala Harris. Right? I was like, I don't think he said that until the debate. He said he voted for Harris? Yes, during the debate, chatter. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about before the debate. right? He did not. Right? We watched the entire debate live. I 100% said it before a lot. No, you're incorrect. He's not said that he voted for Kamala Harris before. Right? Why would he? Like, genuinely, why would he? Why would he? I just assumed he did. Yes, and you admitting that is I appreciate you, Chatter. You're assuming that he did, right? You're assuming that he did. At no point in all of my months of watching Hassan, again, I don't watch every stream, so maybe he did, right? But I have never heard him say he voted for Kamala Harris. And if you can find me a clip of him saying that, right? Because this is the problem, right? If he did say that, Shatters would have been linking when Ethan was making this claim months ago. And that would have been the thing you saw. But there's a reason why Chatters had no links of Hassan's. Also, haters would have been clipping Hassan saying that too, trying to get him canceled on Twitter. Like the leftier than thou, like the Rev Coms, right? Would have been clipping that and posting that on Twitter if he said it before. But that was making me second guess myself. Again, if you have a link, I'll take a look at it. I'll take a look. But for what I understand, I have not heard Hassan say he voted for Kamala Harris. You are so off. Find me a link, Chatter. You know what? Find me a link or you're banned. I'll say it. Find me a link or you're banned. Do the work. Find me a link. I'm not good at that. You're making the claim. You can't claim that I'm so off and then be like, oh, well, I'm not good at finding links. He debuted the fact during the debate. That is my point. That's literally the point that I'm making. Literally the point that I'm making. I don't know why you're taking such a hardline stance when you have no evidence for it. Didn't he say jokingly that he wrote in Biden? Yes, he did say that. I remember him saying that. But it's literally right as far as I know. Of course he's pissed. Yes, because chatters will come in here and be like, you're totally off base. You are incorrect with no evidence. Just because your assumption, right, is something does not mean you are correct. This is how we do things in my stream. For all the claims made, you can challenge claims that I say, and I have to go find evidence for it and be like, I don't think this is true or whatever, right? And I can challenge the claims that you say. Because I try to be fair, right? So if an Ethan Klein chatter comes in here and saying, you say Ethan Klein said this, he didn't say this, I will go find the clip and show it to the chatter so the chatter knows that I'm not lying. Now, those people are oftentimes in bad faith, right? They're operating in bad faith. They don't care. You feel me? But I will go find the clip. And so if you're making the claim that Hassan said that he voted for Kamala Harris before, I will listen to you and I will apologize and I will change my mind.
Did I forget the president? No, I did not forget the president. I voted for the president. I'm just not telling you who I voted for. I am not going to influence your opinion in any direction unless it is to vote por Trump, in which case I will tell you not to do it. Anyway, what? I'm shaking and crying right now. It's disgusting that you're calling him by that last name. You should be banned.
Yeah, this was during the debate. I'm talking about before the debate. Why did you send this? What am I looking for? Wait, the chatter's barely in Hassan's chat too. The chatter only shows up to subscribe every month. Essentially. Oh, he's a lurker? Well, you can be a lurker, but don't be wrong, okay? You can be a lurker, right? But then don't be incorrect. That's my take. Don't make wide sweeping declarations and call me off base when you don't have evidence. You're not gonna know every single thing Hassan has said when you have like 5 years of chats this year. That's crazy. I mean, when I spread disinfo, yeah. Like, again, I am open to still be proven wrong. If you can find me where Hassan has said who he voted for before, I will apologize, right? You will win. I will lose. Right? This is even the main point. I mean, I didn't know who Hassan voted for. I didn't necessarily care. Didn't matter to me. Right? I also didn't rule out that he voted for Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? I think people who were like, oh, he definitely didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I think there are people, those people are incorrect, or they also don't know Hassan. Like, I think Hassan and Simteater have very similar worldviews. Just in general, the main difference is that Sam Cedar is just like more open to the fact that like Kamala Harris is lesser of two evils, and that's why he voted for her. And Hassan could like also still believe that, right? But just be like, I don't want to like, you know, or I feel wrong promoting her to my audience because of her pro-genocide takes. You know what I mean? Yeah, he never endorsed her. I don't think he ever should. I agree. He said he voted for Kamala when he was debriefing the debate. What do you mean? The real question is, who did Kaya vote for? Zhenk. He never endorsed her. He was demanding concessions or whatever, like groups in Michigan did, and such did. Groups in Michigan and such for their vote. Yeah. Like my take on this was very clear, right? And that is Hassan, like, doing what he did and voting for Kamala Harris is what I think every single person who is a registered Democrat should have done. Even if you ultimately voted for Kamala Harris or didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I think when you received your ballot and you were filling it out, you should have made your decision right then and there about what you're gonna do. If you got to election day and you got your ballot and you're like, I need to vote for the lesser of two evils, I can't let Trump win or whatever, like, whatever. I don't care. If you did everything in your power leading up to election to move Kamala Harris, right? Then I don't have any beef with you. The people who were like, I'm gonna support and I'm voting for Kamala Harris, and if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, you're a fake leftist. You're actually against Palestine, and you need to vote for Harris because if you don't, then you're a bad person or whatever. Like, I have a problem with people like that. You know what I mean? I have a problem with people like that. You mean Ethan's take? Not even Ethan's take. Ethan doesn't freaking care. You know what I mean? Ethan only had that take because he was anti-Hassan. That's really it. You know what I mean? I made mine up. I made my mind up, and I voted the way I voted, right? I don't feel ashamed about it. I thought about it like the day after I voted, I think. I didn't vote for her. I'm a fake leftist. W. That pissed me off about this is Dan said Hassan voted on stream for Kamala the first time Ethan claimed that, so he knew the fact was lying. Yeah. I thought I sat this one out. I mean, I voted, so I didn't even sit it out. Like I did vote. You have to be a moron and also to push the claim that Hassan thought Kamala and Trump were equally as bad on all issues. I mean, that's Ethan is that. Hassan lives in LA anyway. His vote in general doesn't matter. Yeah, which is why I think that people who are critical of Hassan, like Brett who came here and was like ill Kamala or whatever, people who are critical of Hassan for voting for Kamala, I think that's a fair critique to make of people in like deep blue districts because it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I think that's fair. You know what I mean? Again, I don't think Hassan is infallible. Right? Like, my vote matters more than Hassan's did. But, like, Kamala didn't listen to both of us equally. You know what I mean? Like, none of this matters at all because my vote in North Carolina matters more than Hassan's vote in California. And she didn't listen to both of us equally. So it didn't even matter. She got banned in Tectone's chat for asking if he'll address his dad's serial sexual harassment. That's not surprising, chatter. Honestly, just because of his platform, I think it's smart to vote for Kamala just so people can't use it against him. I mean, it just doesn't matter. That's my take. There's literally not a single thing any individual person in here can do, right? Not even in here, in America can do outside of Kamala Harris herself to win the election. Also, I do have to agree with Sad Cheetah. Like, don't be a loser. Be normal, chatter. Don't go into other people's chat talking shit. Because I hate it when people come into my chat doing that shit. You know what I mean? When tech toners come in here and they're like, oh, did you see this? Or you said this thing or whatever. Or Asmongold chatters or Destiny chatters are doing that. Don't be a loser. Because it is loser shit. And I will be real with you and say that it is loser shit to do that.
And say things
Don't
as
tap the glass. Not even just don't tap the glass. You know what I mean? It's just like it's unproductive, and you'll just get banned. Like that nothing will happen or come to that situation. You also follow only and following them, yeah. I wasn't gonna vote at all. And ironically, is this change position on not voting is when Trump is a candidate. Changed my mind on seeing it out. I voted for her. It never mattered to me. He voted for. I'm an adult, so I don't need his stamp of approval to decide who to vote for. Yeah, again, it was a decision that, like, I think, and this is genuinely how I think you should go about it. Is right. You should have went your entire lead up, the entire 4-month lead up to the entire 4-month lead up to the election. You should have been doing everything in your power to get Kamala Harris to change her mind, change her position, even if it meant saying that you would vote for her if she changed her position, right? And then on election day, you make your decision, right? I don't care if you want to vote for her before that, right? Or don't want to vote for her before that. Your tactics from a political stance should not change, right? You should be doing everything in your power to hold concessions. You should lie to them if you intend not to vote for her, saying, I will vote for you if you change course or whatever. If you intend to, good, you're telling the truth. If you don't intend to and you're lying, good. Who cares, right? You do everything possible in the power, the small power that you hold in your vote, right? To get her to change course. If she doesn't change course, you make that decision day of, do you vote for her or not? And I don't care what you do. Because genuinely, it doesn't really matter. But if you did if you did your part in trying to pressure her, then, like, if everybody did that, then maybe she'll change her mind. Hassan denied chatters the easy route. Many leftists think themselves above liberals. They cling to the status quo, hesitating to demand an ounce better. Yeah. Only people that really care about is online leftists. Only people that really care about online leftists vote is trying to point at them as the fault for the Kamala's failures instead of her. Yeah. And the reason Hassan went through with every local vote and broke it down and refused to mention the presidential vote in solidarity with the groups like No Commitment.
As dumb as this.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's insane.
Like, he's correct there. He's right. Kamala Harris, and I would like to see Ethan prove why he thinks Kamala Harris would be like better than Trump. You can surmise that. You can infer that. I have no problem with you inferring that. Right? But there's no proof. Zero proof. Joe Biden was committing a genocide. Donald Trump is committing a genocide. Kamala Harris said that she would be doing everything the same as Biden, no difference. Right? We can infer that she would also be doing a genocide. It came out that the Biden administration was using no power to pressure Israel on any regard. Right? I'm inferring that she wouldn't do a tariff war on the whole planet at least. Well, fuck the tariffs. I don't fucking care. She's doing a fucking genocide. I don't give two fucks about the tariffs. I'm sorry. I don't. Fuck it. And that's my take. I'm anti-genocide. A trans guy married to a trans guy, harm reduction is my life, so voting for Harris, it was a must. And you get to do that, chatter. And that's a decision that you can make. And I genuinely do not care about your decision. Right? It's meaningless because it doesn't matter because she fucking lost anyway. You know what I mean? And there's nothing that you or I or Hassan or Ethan could have done about it. Because she sucks. She sucks. She sucks. As I said, she would leave trans rights up to the state. I do imagine that like, she would be better than Trump on like tariffs and like domestic issues, even if she sucked at messaging them, right? But fuck her, she lost. It doesn't matter how good at good policies you can do when you are a fucking loser. You're a loser. You can't do anything when you're not the president. Like, I'm sorry. You can't do anything when you're not the president. And she lost. And I've documented extensively why she lost. And she's saying, I told you so at her speaking engagement. It's so wild. Yeah. Like, they left us all to dry, right? Her and her campaign and Joe Biden left us all out to dry. They were so committed to committing a genocide that they threw an election. Right? So I'm not going to sit here and try to litigate people's personal choices. This has been my take consistently, by the way. This has been my take consistently since before the election. I'm not going to sit here and litigate people's personal choices for if they decided that they needed to vote for Kamala Harris for harm reduction, right? Or if they wanted to withhold their vote and not vote at all or vote for someone else, right? If you vote for Trump, I will laugh at you and call you stupid, right? If you voted for Joe Stein, I will still also laugh at you. I won't call you stupid, you know what I mean? But like, it is kind of funny. But I'm not gonna like hold it against people who were put in that position by Kamala Harris. My vote in New York meant nothing. My vote in North Carolina meant something, and I still didn't vote for her. Because it didn't matter, you know what I mean? She was gonna lose regardless of if I voted for her or not. Because she sucks. She's a loser. She was so committed to genocide that she threw the election. Okay, I was still called Jill Stein voters stupid to some extent. Nah. There was at least 4 years of people who were young enough or too young to vote in the last election to not know that Joe Stein just kind of shows up every 4 years. You know what I mean? And so if you are 18 to 22, you You know, it makes sense. Joe Stein is saying all the good things. You don't know that Joe Stein ran 4 years ago, and then 4 years before that, and then 4 years before that, and then 4 years before that, all the way back to 2000. Like, they don't know. They don't know. I didn't know either. You know what I mean? Like, so I think it's fair. I think it's fair. You know what I mean? It's fair. Do what you gotta do. Voter suppression, sexism, and racism played a big part too. I think Big is doing some heavy lifting there. I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna say voter suppression, sexism, and racism didn't play any part, but Big part is doing some heavy lifting. You feel me? People did not like Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris said, "I'm going to be Joe Biden 2.0." That's what happened. People did not like Joe Biden, and she said, "I'm going to be Joe Biden 2.0." Right? She had a hard time from, like, again, all the criticism I'm giving to Harris is fuck Joe Biden 10 times more, by the way. Like, I am very critical of Harris. I'm very critical of her rhetoric. I'm very critical of her campaign, right? But let's not forget, Joe Biden is the person who put us in this position in the first place. I'm not one to put all of this energy into a black woman without mentioning the fact that the old white man was messing it up first. You feel me? I'll say it. I'm not ashamed of saying it. And honestly, the fact that Kamala Harris is sticking so closely to Joe Biden, she should be saying fuck Joe Biden too. She should be saying fuck Joe Biden too. Because Joe Biden set her up. Joe Biden set her up for failure. For failure. Like, come on. Come on. If Tim Oz was the presidential candidate and said the same thing Kamala did, he wouldn't have lost as bad, but he still would have lost 100%. 100%. Legitimately, I don't know if anybody could have won. Maybe Bernie, 2016. But, like, I don't think anybody could have won put in that position. If I would have won for real? No, I think you're wrong. 4 months is just not enough. And by that position, I mean put in the position of Kamala Harris, like being like the VP for 4 years. You feel me? If like there was an open nomination process, it would have been closer, right? It would have been closer. But like the problem is, it's like we can't sit here and say if someone else, right, got the nomination at the DNC, they would have won, because that was never going to happen. Right? We will be talking about a fairy tale world. There is not a single world where if anybody else was the VP, they would have been running for president at the top of the ticket if Joe Biden dropped out. It wasn't going to happen. Right? That is an intrinsic part of the story. Now, if Kamala Harris stepped back and was like, I don't want it, then maybe we'd have a discussion there. Right? But it was always going to go to the VP. It was. It was. Maybe if they took this steam from Biden dropping out and actually used it to not peter out, then stifle everything in the Walt said, then I'm talking her way through a genocide, just so much different. I agree, right? But it still would have been close. I think that the moment Joe Biden dropped out, that if they did everything perfectly, it still would have been close. Right? There was a lot of energy there, so I could see a world where she could have potentially won, but it still would have been close. You know? It would have been close. She had record-breaking donations when she announced her campaign. Yeah, but again, it's still only 4 months. And actually, it was like 3 months, because she took like 3 weeks to even start doing stuff. Look here, imagine this, right? Imagine Tim Walz got the nomination, or Gretchen Whitmer, or somebody else, anybody else, it doesn't matter who, just pick a person, got the nomination, they still would have disappeared for 3 weeks because the Democratic National Party would have been like, you need special training to be the president. You need to go on like a month long, crash course about messaging and things of that nature. And so it would have went from July to like mid-August to when you finally, to whoever it is, right? Yeah, the donor tour and things of that nature. Whoever it is would have gotten until like mid-August to finally starting to speak out. And that's just not enough time. Mid-August to November is just not enough time, no matter how much energy you have. It's just not. You know what I mean? Also, the valid question, given how the last 60 days was just Harris campaign selects the worst move possible over and over, is it possible 9 months of Kamala's campaign does even worse because of the campaign would have had more time to do stupid shit? Yes. Yes. And this is where we are arriving at the root issue here, chat. The loss, again, I don't want to say inevitable, but it was a very, very hard loss to win. The loss wasn't, I'll say it, the loss was inevitable for one reason and one reason only. The Democratic Party is the Democratic Party. That's it. The loss did not have to happen, and there is a world that they could have won, but not with the Democratic Party that we have now. Right? It's not. The media stacked against them. No, the Democrats suck all on their own. Don't cop out. Don't cop out for them. Don't sweep for them. They are a part of the media apparatus. They are engaged with the landscape. They have their own specific functions of the media. The Democratic Party that is so attached to and associated with norms and rules and regulation and seniority and things of that nature was never going to beat Trump in the way that happened. We wouldn't be in this situation if the Democratic Party forced Joe Biden to drop out before running again. If they held him to his commitment of being a one-term president. But they didn't do that. So we can sit here and argue about like the finish line, the last mile of the race, right? And about how bad the people who were running that last mile of the race was. But we are missing the marathon. What about the other 31 miles? For the first 31 miles of this gosh darn marathon, the Democrats set it up so they would have the hardest final mile. Right? I think you know how long a marathon is. Isn't it like 32 miles? Am I wrong? Oh, 26 miles. Same difference, you know what I mean? So digging through, here's March 27th, about how he didn't vote for Joe Stein. That's still not what I'm asking for, chatter. Gosh darn it. That's not what I'm asking for. I was asking for him saying that he voted for Kamala Harris. I'm trying to so many videos. But I thought it was... Chatters were yelling at me. Chatters were yelling at me that it was, oh, he definitely voted for Kamala Harris. He said it on stream. He said it so many times. He says it so many times. Maybe he just did not say it. And you're just imagining it in your brain. He did say it a bunch of times, Sag. He said, don't vote for Joe Stein or Trump, but vote. Yeah. Anyway, I remember what I was saying. The loss was inevitable because the Democrats are the Democrats. That's my take. That's my election take. I don't care if everybody in Hassan's community and everybody in my community, you know what I mean, voted for Kamala Harris. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because she still would have lost. Because so long as the Democrats operate in the way that they do, they will be perpetual losers. But this is the important part. I bit my tongue. Jeez Louise. Ow. I freaking hurt. Ow. That means someone's talking about you. I did get a mention in Hassan's chat. What did it say? Let me see. Or maybe this is an old mention. I don't know. Maybe an old mention. What you talking to you? I mean, everyone always, my tongue freaking hurts. Let's just continue.
There's really nothing of substance in this episode, even though they had all day before to write up a substantial response. It's mostly just Ethan whining for hours, circling the same tired points without offering anything meaningful or new. But the two React episodes got a combined 3 million views, so I'm sure Ethan was happy to live his former glory. Ethan's biggest rebuttal, if you can even call it that, was that Ian left out several things from his video.
Now I have here a list of things that iDubbbz left out of the video that I think are important.
So, a few days later, still spiraling, Ethan tried to recapture the magic of his old H3H3 Productions days and released a response video on the main channel. A video that absolutely did not need to be made given how lost for words Ethan was on both H3 podcast episodes. But hey, it got over 1 million views, and that's all that matters to Ethan.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz,
hey, that's me,
released a content cop about me. His video's over.
He looks pretty rough. Definitely never said that. I think he even decided. I don't even think he decided to even answer the question until the moment in the debate on spot. Yeah. But we're moving on, chat. We're moving on.
Over an hour long, and it's full of a lot of accusations. We watched the entire video, every frame of it, responded to every accusation on the podcast, and a really long.
Like as me after Ethan said, "My good friend is a choice." What? Me and Ethan are best friends. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend.
Episode. We watched the whole thing. So if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode.
Ethan's entire reason for making this video hinges on the fact that Ian didn't mention the alleged CPS call anywhere in his hour-long takedown of Ethan Klein, which isn't exactly shocking considering the supposed CPS call is completely irrelevant. Let's not forget, we don't even know if a call to CPS was ever made. Yet Ethan is outraged simply because Ian very loosely associates with people like Denims and Froggy Tonic, who Ethan believes encouraged the call.
The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview.
I don't want to get into the intricacies. I don't want to get into the intricacies of Ethan's health. So I won't. You know what I mean? Like, I just think he looks rough.
Nothing. Zero mentions of CPS. He doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. Zero context. I am just an anonymous, screaming lunatic. I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us, because I hold Denims to be one of the primary reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
Not only is there zero evidence these people
Take a quick glance at
incited
Trill
anyone.
Talks, everything reactions. They're quite comical. We are aware of this person. But there's something interesting. We won't take a deeper look because. Okay, actually no. We're gonna take a little bit of a look, just because I want to see how big he's grown. Oh, he's at 8K now. Congratulations. I tried to tell him this doesn't work. You can't cut your reactions into 15 hours and no views is kind of crazy. You can't cut your reactions into multiple parts. You can't. People aren't gonna watch it. Just release the entire thing. One long video, 6 hours long. People love that, bro. People love it. That's what I'll say. That's my advice for this person.
To call CPS, but Ian's not responsible for the actions or beliefs of internet acquaintances. They're mutuals, nothing more. This whole video is hilarious because it brings nothing new to the table. It barely addresses Ian at all. It's basically a recycled version of the same rant about denims that he already posted to the Ethan Klein channel weeks ago. Ethan basically tries to claim that the entire basis of Giardia Gate was fabricated by fanatic H3 snark lunatics, leading to CPS showing up at his door.
Me, when my 3 kids ask me why they haven't seen me in the past 4 months, I was in my basement. How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Ethan was neglectful with his dogs. He's already been neglectful with his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful, bipolar narcissist.
All right, any person who sends me this spit dragon person is going to go to jail. Like I have them blocked. I don't want to see them. Don't send them to me, or I will ban you.
Narcissistic dad. That's precisely why I worry about Ethan's kids.
See,
I
this is the,
explained
okay,
it on the
genuinely. What good do you think can come out of me seeing this tweet? It has 1 like. This person's a nobody. There's a difference in something like so many actual like crazy people doing stuff and giving somebody more attention than they deserve. You know what I mean? This person's insane. They're crazy. Music Clown, I didn't know the vibe shifted. This is what happened. He said crazy thing. I blocked him, and I don't talk about him since. He's a weirdo. He's crazy. Also, he gave me a copyright strike on my channel, which is kind of insane. So like, I don't know. He's useless. He's worthless. He's not relevant at all. I don't want to talk about him. That's it. He sucks. Also, worst of all, he doesn't bring any views. He's a loser. I need someone with motion, chat. Now, if like, oh, Ethan Klein said this thing, I'm like, okay, let me take a look, right? No one's gonna be like, what is Spit Dragon saying this morning or whatever? Like, come on. We're farming good, right? You don't stop farming your cash crop to start planting freaking beets. The corn's selling, chat. We got a very successful corn operation going, right? We're tilling the fields, we're planting the corn, we're growing corn. You feel me? And you're like, actually, I brought some beet seeds. Get that out of here.
Podcast, but the truth of the matter is, it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that he's, whose claim to fame as being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way, Ian does not explain one time.
But let's be real. If anyone's responsible for drawing the attention of CPS, it's probably Ethan Klein himself. He spent countless hours on stream openly discussing his children's health, even speculating on what disease they have and how they got sick in front of tens of thousands of live viewers.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has Giardia. Sonny went to the doctor today to get a poop evaluation, but I'm pretty sure he has it because the symptoms is like frequent and then extremely foul smelling diarrhea. It happened last night in the middle of the night. I walked into his room, he was crying, and I was immediately struck by the foulest his whole room was just wafting and the foulest diarrhea smell.
Some interesting notes from this video. Ethan once again focuses on Bad Empanada, who played a video game where you play as Hamas. Bad Empanada is clearly just demonstrating the hypocrisy when nearly every video game is from the perspective of American soldiers killing Arab people in the Middle East.
If you're wondering who the guy is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is a slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter.
Ethan goes on to get baited by a hilarious Bad Empanada video, which Ethan only made funnier in the edit.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it? Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? TikTok, though, Ethan. TikTok, because this was just...
Ethan does have a problem with just like posting like what snarkers would post about him, but like himself. Like it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why he does this. It's the same thing like with like him like overlaying this whenever he speaks. Like I don't know why he does this. It doesn't make sense.
TikTok, though, Ethan. TikTok, because this was just a taste. This was just a small
Ethan is a snarker,
part
that's true.
of what we have organized for you. It's only gonna get worse. It's only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein.
Like if you like him, you wouldn't get it. True.
Every day, sit there just waiting in misery, in fear of what we have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
This entire video reads like it was edited by an H3 hater, not by
That's
Ethan
what I
Klein
said.
himself. The whole thing is just really sad, I'm gonna be quite honest. Surprisingly, as I'm writing this script, Ethan has followed up his first response video with yet another response video, not on the H3 Productions channel, but the infamous Ethan Klein channel. This time, promoted with a stern, fact-adjacent headline, they used a swastika on purpose. This video is unintentionally perfect, because it flawlessly proves Ian's point.
I am in the background.
Every behavior Ian called out in the content cop, Ethan hits them all on cue, using his identity as a shield, launching unhinged schizophrenic harassment campaigns, and playing the eternal victim of anti-Semitism. During Ethan's reaction to the content cop, he noticed something about the sword Ian was holding in several photos.
They had a sword that looked like a swastika in the video. I know it was an anime thing, but maybe we'll be a little more careful.
I said that this morning too.
Let me pull that up. I know that the chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
So I guess he felt the need to make a video out of it. Because trust me, this shit is gonna get played out for months.
Hey guys, Ethan here.
Hey, it's me.
I never thought in a million years that these people, as much as I dislike them, would intentionally include a swastika and a call out. I really wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. But if you watch this entire video, you will come to the same conclusion I did, which is that this is almost certainly an intentional dog whistle. These guys knew exactly what they're doing.
Did he edit this photo to say 69669? I just want to know.
This whole
Maybe he
video
caught it at the exact moment, and I respect that.
is so pointless and easily explainable if you're not disintegrating from the inside from a bad case of Giardia. And no, it's not a Nazi sword. It's from an anime. Swastikas were around long before the Nazis. They're not the same symbol, and Ethan knows that. Hassan definitely knows that, considering how often he gets falsely accused of anti-Semitism. When you have no actual defense, you reach for the only weapon left, crying anti-Semitism over and over until your audience is too tired to fact check.
I thought he was going to say the sword. Okay, that's actually, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I thought he was going to say the sword.
Which is exactly what Ian criticized him for, and somehow Ethan thinks doing it again is a valid rebuttal. At its core, after making several videos on the topic, Ethan never made a response video. It was a tantrum. Ethan's reaction to Ian's content cop is less about correcting misinformation and more about deflecting, projecting, and spiraling in real time. Ian called out Ethan for using his identity as a shield, for ducking accountability, and for launching obsessive harassment campaigns against people he disagrees with. And instead of proving any of that wrong, Ethan spent hours across multiple videos doing exactly what Ian described. He cries anti-Semitism at every turn, fixates on people Ian barely knows, and paints himself as the victim of a grand conspiracy, because actually addressing the criticism would require some self-awareness. The majority of Ethan's response isn't even about the actual content of Ian's video. It's about the fact that Ian made one at all. He can't believe someone he once considered a friend would dare criticize him, so he turns that betrayal into content, because that's what Ethan does now. Repackage personal grievances as righteous outrage, and hope the audience doesn't notice the cracks forming beneath him. Ian's content cop didn't cancel Ethan. It didn't ruin his reputation. It held up a mirror, and Ethan, true to form, punched it. So now we're left watching the fallout. A man once known for his self-awareness, now stuck in a feedback loop of denial, calling everything anti-Semitic and doing exactly what he was criticized for, but louder. Thank you for watching Northstar Radio. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
True. I will say, I think people are going to look back on this situation, which is why I kind of want to make a YouTube video on it, or at least I want to edit my streams down into one cohesive video about all of my points that I've had about Ethan Klein, just for posterity. So that in like 3 years, people will be like, remember Ethan Klein's crash out? Whatever happened with that? And then my video is like one of the videos that are included in the situation. You know? Yeah, we do need to make a time capsule. Who called CPS? That's a great question. We should ask Ethan that question. Which, I wish Northstar Radio put in this video. Why didn't he put it in the video? I should have put it in the video. I thought he would, and that's why I didn't bring it up. That not even Ethan knew who called CPS.
Okay.
Sir.
That was my favorite part of the interview. Geez, who did these freaking captions? I'm so sorry. Wait. CPS.
Responsible for coordinating that harassment, and you pulled it up on your stream.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said they're primary responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know. Did I claim they did? Your dog?
He did. He did claim they did. He did. He didn't know yet. This video was made before the debate and Lena dropping out. I still feel like he should have added it in. You know, a little editor's note. I think Conrad Casey's farming a little bit. He's withholding some information so he can make another video later, and I respect it. Hit him up like this? You don't. That's the answer. For sure, Maya, he could call CBS. Hey, leave Maya alone. I love Maya. I love Maya. Maybe one day Maya will have me at on Alveus. She said she would before. Maybe she took it back because I'm too drama pilled now. Sad face. Oh, not Maya getting dragged into this. Hey, Maya drug herself into this. She watches these drama streams. She admitted to doing so. Okay. That was crazy. Does anybody have a link to that? Let me see. What VOD was it? My stomach is doing the rumblings. Nope, not that. Nope, not that. I don't know. But Maya did admit to being a drama lurker. When was it? It wasn't 2 months ago, was it? It was 2 months ago. It was freaking February. That's crazy. Where has the time gone?
Gets cold 10 days a year. How no heated seats? Well, I run really cold. I like heated seats. 30K? Okay, I take it back. You're not rich, my bad, but you're cool, so you're good. 30K is just like a reasonable amount of money to spend on a car. Cars are expensive, y'all. Sean, thank you for the raid. Hey, folks. Hi. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. I will not be talking about H3 here. So you don't have to worry about that. But I will be drinking an iced coffee in my car.
This was crazy. I was called out. Maya clocked my tea, as my people say. Yeah, this was 3 months ago.
Thank you for the 18 months. This morning, instead of talking about Ethan Klein, not that there's anything wrong with that, I just have nothing to say. We've been talking about taxes and whether or not humans are genetically predisposed to monogamy. It's been a really fun, and also about donating sperm and eggs.
As a Wine About a viewer, I would die to know her opinions on this tea.
We would be talking about the Tyler 1 raid death. I don't know what that means.
Her content sounds way better, not gonna lie. Chill. Listen, if I was talking about whether or not humans were predisposed to monogamy, right? Y'all wouldn't be watching me right now. Let's be real. Let's be real. Let's be real. I would love to be talking about whether or not humans are predisposed to monogamy and taxes, you know? I would love to. I almost left with the gorilla talk, not gonna lie. That's crazy. That's one of my best content. You know, I would love to hear Maya's thoughts about can 100 men beat one gorilla? And what situation needs to be set up to make 100 men have an edge in that situation? I am curious about that.
Honestly, way better content. No, Sean, I have been watching your streams lately. You do a great job. I lurk.
Damn, I lurk to my streams. So be careful. Be nice. Because if Maya says you get banned, I will ban you immediately. Chad does amazing jobs. Thank you. I agree. Also, I didn't want to really chat about Wine About a viewer. What did you say? Because I am also a Wine About a viewer. I'm actually a tier 3 Wine About It sub. Oh, I got my stickers, by the way. Oh, here. You watch Maya while I'll be back. I'll be back. Yeah. I won't leave my address. My address is on my stickers. They sent me a recipe for almond poppy seed muffins. I can't make these because I'm allergic to almond seeds. Not almond seeds, sorry. I'm allergic to almonds. Not the seeds of all, whatever. I had this cool little picture. Maya's trying to kill you? True. Can I see the picture? Hold on. Boom. Look at this. Look at it. Is it a moth? I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna eat it. I mean, I don't. Sorry, that was bad. I think it's a cockroach. It's cute though. Is that Aspen's friend is crazy. And I got this sticker that says it says misinformation on it. Well, misinformation sticker. God, I was supposed to update Carla. Me too, dog. Me too. Yeah. Yeah, Maya's great. If I had to pick, Maya might be one of my favorite streamers who knows who I am. That's about it. Like, Maya's at the top. Who else knows who I am? Kaya's pretty high up there. And I rank streamers who know who I am based purely on how nice they are to me. That's really it. So if you're nice to me, you know, you get put up there, you get higher. Ethan at the top. Ethan needs to be nicer. If I did Carla and change her design, will it be okay? Or are you attached to the current look? You can do whatever you want to Carla. I just need to fix her so she actually speaks back. Ethan S tier for paying rent. True. I'm able to fund my lifestyle with Ethan. And just know, if I end up quitting my job, I'm gonna be talking about Ethan Klein every day. I'm gonna need to keep this check coming. Right now, I can take a day off, do some gaming, do some other fun stuff. But like, if I quit my other job, I need to keep hitting that 1K. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna need to keep hitting that 1K. Ethan in Baldur's Gate. Nah, we'll do other fun stuff. And if I quit my job, I probably will spend most of my time doing editing. I will probably focus more on YouTube. Editing my streams down to actual YouTube content. I try to get better at that, but I have no time. And I don't have enough money to pay an editor. So, you know, Cat 22. And YouTube is not making enough money by itself to fund its own editing. One day it will, but not today. But yeah, I think we finished this video. Tomorrow we will be watching the soft take video, and we will watch AB's new I'm Done video. Because he responds to he responds to Frogan directly. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I basically got 3K yesterday gaming. That was pretty awesome to see. That's because I was on the front page. Can somebody archive this video just in case it goes down between now and tomorrow, please? I'm sure somebody already did, but like, just for the one time for me. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are my rent payer. You are the legend. Yeah. And if you want to give me subs, I'll also appreciate you gifting me subs. That'll be super sick and cool and awesome. You know? Because then you're funding my inevitable quitting of my job. One day. One day. See if you mentioned that song from the Don't Worry community? I did. But yeah, hold on to this and we'll revisit it tomorrow. So I hope you guys had a good stream today. I enjoyed my stream today. I will be trying to fix Carla, doing some work, working on Baldur's Gate 3. Mr. Leader himself was very nice and sent me an email about what I was doing and some things that I worked on. So I will look at Mr. Leader's email. That was so cool. Okay, chatters who don't know, who didn't watch me game yesterday, I was working on this thing basically overnight yesterday for Twitch controls Baldur's Gate 3, and the person whose documentation I used on GitHub, right, was in my stream, and he apparently has been watching me for my takes, my political takes and stuff. Like, that's crazy. That's so cool. That's so wild. He just happened to be watching at that moment. Right? When I sent his GitHub link into the chat. That's crazy. That's some of the coolest, that's probably the coolest interaction that I've had streaming, like, at all. That's so cool. Like, what are the chances? I no clue. No clue. That stream being edited? Like, edited down into like a thing? No. Again, I just don't have time. I literally ended stream and I slept for like 13 hours. Someone who enjoyed sparring about my life, nothing makes me lose more respect for AB than hearing him talk about boxing being dangerous and scary. I mean, boxing is a bit dangerous. There should absolutely be a YouTube video, bro. I'm not against it. I can't edit it. I can't do it. I do have another job. And it doesn't pay for itself. I really wish I could put a lot of energy and effort into editing YouTube videos and posting it. I just do not have the time. I do not have the time. A lot of people would watch. I mean, if y'all genuinely think that people would actually like click on the video and watch the video, then like I can like make sure and I can invest some time into it. The only problem is like I hate putting a lot of time into a video and then just doing extraordinarily poorly. Especially when it's a different type of content than I usually do. Like, I knew the Kamala Harris video would would not do well. Boxing is dangerous with no spine is crazy. But oh, watch, I didn't catch your streams much. I mean, my VODs are up, so if you want to just see like the old streams. Oh, sorry, that stream is not on my YouTube. But pretty much all of my streams are uploaded for archival purposes, so I can get back to them essentially. It could pop off. No one else is doing it. You're the first of the punch. I think Doug is pretty close. Who I also met, by the way. I met him at the Streamer Awards. He does stuff like this a lot. He does very well as well. But yeah, I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, I'll think about it. I don't know if I should post it on a new channel or if I should move my other I don't know. I don't think it would do well on my current channel. That's the only issue. I don't think it will do well here. You know? So maybe on a new channel. Which I'm not against. SDAB Live? Maybe SDAB Live. There's only one channel on SDAB Live. Not SDAB Live, sorry. It's actually Sean the Black Live. It has 17 subscribers. Sorry, there's actually... Oh, this is a TikTok Live that I was doing. I was the only US TikToker for 1 hour. That's pretty funny. Because I was the only US TikToker for an hour. I found a workaround to post on TikTok while I was banned. Got 8 views. So maybe I'll put it on a new channel. Or maybe I'll just, no, maybe I'll probably just post it on my main channel, because why not? Or I'll post it on both, who cares? You know? But yeah, this is what I'm gonna call it. Thanks for watching, YouTube chat. Let me take a little tease. Thanks for watching, YouTube chat. Much appreciated. We've got 100 viewers again. I'll catch you on the flip side. Adios.